Hello there, and welcome to The Night Owl, a show that we do twice a week where we discuss all the latest in pop culture news, TV and movie reviews, gaming news, and just the general conversations of the day. As usual, with me I have my co host, Professor R2, and we also have a special guest today, which is Adam Gray. Professor, how's it going?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Little wild, crazy weather going on in this corner of the world, which is, I guess, pretty common for this time of the year. But hopefully, you don't see my avatar get blown off the screen in a tornado or anything like that. Otherwise, everything's good.
I think it'll be okay. Hopefully, it won't be too bad. There was a storm. It wasn't so much today. I'm trying to think. I think yesterday there was a really bad storm here, but I guess now it's not here anymore, and maybe you got it.
How's it
They
going, Adam Gray?
sometimes they go from one location to another. These type of storms. How's it going, Adam Gray?
I'm just thrilled to be here, guys. Thanks for
Yeah,
having me back.
yeah.
We're not having any storms, but we do occasionally look at the news.
Well, I mean,
Well,
you are like the super mod of this place, anyways. So
Oh dear, no, we
it
do what
only
we can.
makes
We do what we
it
can.
only makes sense
You have
that from time to time you
you have
hang
a
out with
great
us.
great chat, and everyone is 99% very civil and wonderful contributors. So yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, most of the time they're good. Once in a while we run into some weirdo, but for the most part, I think that this is a really nice chat. There's some good people here, and yeah, we always like gathering here. It's a nice late night gathering.
Indeed.
So yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on today. I didn't mention it on the thumbnail, but I actually also watched even the latest episode of Daredevil. But we'll get to that. The first thing, what does it say? Like, what's our first order of business here?
The first thing you had in the
Oh,
title was about
JD
JD
Vance
Vance. Yeah.
criticized. Yeah, because there was this whole thing today that basically, I guess that he initially made some kind of mistake. He said that there was some judge that was from the Biden administration, but they said it actually was from during the Trump days. This judge existed, so that was an error. And then I guess he was saying that some person they deported was a convicted gang member, but then they said that he was only suspected of being a member, but he wasn't convicted. So I guess this was some kind of big deal. Did you guys happen to see all this?
I did see some stuff that had to do with the guy that was deported. Yeah. Apparently, yeah, it was just a mistaken thing. They identified based on tattoos and some other stuff, and were a little rash on snatching him up and sending him. I believe he was one of those that was sent to Guantanamo, or maybe it was CCOT. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean that's unfortunate, and I think that person deserves to be brought back to the states, deserves an apology, deserves financial compensation for anything they might have lost if they've lost a job or anything like that. That kind of thing should not be happening. That is not okay. I don't think it's a let's impeach the president kind of situation like some people have been implying. But yeah, it's certainly that kind of thing should not be happening, and it should be remedied as quickly as possible. So I
Yes.
yeah, go
So
ahead.
it started when this John Favreau guy said that, any comment on this, Marco Rubio, JD Vance, Elon Musk, you just admitted to accidentally sending an innocent father from Maryland to a torture dungeon. Tor- fu- sorry, Sean. Torture dungeon in El Salvador, and you refused to do anything about it. So the response was initially, my comment is that according to the court document you apparently didn't read, he was a convicted MS-13 gang member with no legal right to be here. My further comment is that it's gross to get fired up about gang members getting deported while ignoring citizens they victimize. And then I guess people got upset and said that Vance here, mocking John Favs for not reading the court filing, says the deported man was a convicted gang member. The court filing does not say that. It said he was denied bond in 2019 over an informant's claim that he was an MS-13. That's not a conviction. So then JD Vance told, this is so much stupid back and forth, Kyle Cheney, a legal's quote-unquote legals affair reporter, is apparently unable or unwilling to look at the facts here. In 2019, an immigration judge under the first Trump administration, so initially he said it was Biden. He wrote edited because the original post when this determination was made was during the Trump admin and not Biden admin. He initially, this was something that he edited, this post. Anyhow, because originally he wrote Biden administration, but then he changed it to Trump. Determined that the deported man was in fact a member of the MS-13 gang. He also apparently had multiple traffic violations for which he failed to appear in court. A real winner. It is telling that the entire American media is going to run a propaganda operation today, making you think an innocent quote-unquote father of three was apprehended by a gulag. Here are the relevant facts. Number one, the man is an illegal immigrant with no right to be in our country. 2. An immigration judge determined he was a member of the MS-13 gang. 3. Because he is not a citizen, he does not get a full jury trial by peers. In other words, whatever quote-unquote due process he was entitled to, he received. So this was a big thing today. And then at the end, he kind of wrote this other tweet here. Joe Biden sanctioned an invasion of the United States. We have approximately 20 million illegal aliens in the country. Their victims are measured in longer wait times for hospitals, overwhelmed schools, and murder victims. The media largely ignored. The media has determined the real victims are the gang members who were trying to get out of the country. And that was, I think, most of what he talked about today. I don't think he said anything after that, from what I can tell.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
what did you think about this whole situation? You know, I was following it earlier on in the day, and I mean, here's the thing, and I've said it before, this is just my personal opinion. There's a lot of situations now that I've been seeing that they're actually approaching people who seemingly really are the type of people that we wouldn't necessarily want here, and they've been telling them, listen, you're here and you're not supposed to be here, and you've done, bad things, and we'll see you later. And I think that most of the people, especially when you're talking about some criminal elements and things like that, I think that people. I think that the general instinct is you don't want people like that here, right?
And
I mean,
when it
yeah, go
comes
ahead.
to criminal activity, no, that's the line for me. If it's just a matter of immigration and not having proper documentation or a fancy invite or whatever, that's a gray area. But if you've been convicted of crime, then no.
I mean, I think that what I read, the reason why this all went back and forth is apparently informants informed that he was the member, and then there other, whatever authorities, I don't know if the police or whatever it is, they determined that according to their investigation, he had some ties to this group, and some judge, saw it this way as well. It's just like they didn't do a proper trial to like prove that he's a gang member, as much as like there were testimonies and different things supporting that idea.
Well, being a gang member isn't a crime in itself, but it doesn't look good.
No, and at the end, when you're trying to be in a country that you're here illegally, and then testimonies surrounding your existence here saying that you're that usually probably is not a good thing. The one thing I will say, and I've said it before, when I hear about something like this, it's like it doesn't sound like a negative thing to me. There's other people that we've recently heard that they're just like, listen, get lost. Like you've been doing bad things in the U.S., you shouldn't be here. And in those cases, I generally agreed as well. The only thing I was telling the professor, and I'll tell you, Adam Gray, is that the thing that worries me is not today. It's not like today or tomorrow or the next day. It's that doing this kind of policy that you could just take people and very quickly getting rid of them, which now they're people that generally seem like we probably shouldn't be here. In the future, somebody may abuse this idea and do things. I don't know when that future will be, but do you get what I'm trying to say? I just hope that there isn't a day that this idea now isn't used in the wrong way. I know that's a very strange thing to say. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think I'm following.
Like, I'm not saying tomorrow that I think that it'll be. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not like an immediate issue. It's just a general, more philosophical one. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I regret, because I think that the United States used to be a place where here and there, maybe there would be some immigrants. They'd come here, make a life for themselves, maybe a few asylum seekers. But the whole situation, what happened with this whole borders and all these people arriving, has become so extreme that one thing that used to be fine, I think, that was something that it wasn't terrible if it was like in very low moderation. Now it's just gone so out of control, so you can't have that anymore. So now people maybe that aren't necessarily the worst people, or just wanted some kind of life, or maybe even some decent people, they're going to probably have to pay the price because of a lot of bad apples and bad things that happen.
Yeah, I think you hit a great nail there with the word moderation. This has got to be, a careful case by case sort of situation.
Hmm.
Um, I am not one who believes that there is some sort of phenomenal crisis going on at the border. To my eyes, it seems basically the same as it's been for 100 years. I don't think there's any kind of emergency going on. I also am not. I'm not touting bringing in criminals, and giving them free reign either. But we would like to think that we have a system where people are allowed to have a fresh start. As many waves of immigrants came to this country for a fresh start, and they weren't all great people, but the majority were good, and we have a decent country going and want to keep that going. So I think let's not panic, but it definitely needs to be addressed and moderated.
Yep. Well, I would say the biggest part of the crisis at the border has been dealt with already, with almost immediately Trump coming in, and the troops he was putting on the border, and the message he was sending out that you are not welcome if you're going to be crossing and entering illegally. The crossings have almost completely ceased. They're significantly lower
Really?
than they were
I d-
before Trump took office.
Hmm.
And yes, I mean we have had a significant number that were brought in, literally some flown in to the United States by the previous administration. Some of them might be, very legitimate asylum seekers. Others maybe not. We don't know. A lot of them are still waiting on court dates, for those claims to be checked by immigration courts. But yeah, for those that are criminals, absolutely, they need to be removed. They should not be here. They should not have been allowed here. Uh, they need to go. If this kind of thing is going to happen, it needs to be extremely rare, and we need to try and deal with it in a reasonable manner. I do have a quote here from Robert L. Cerna. He's acting field office director for ICE. This was actually a sworn declaration dealing with this particular case, where he said, Abrego Garcia, a native and citizen of El Salvador, was on the third flight. That's the third flight that went to CCOT in El Salvador. Uh, and so that removal order was executed. This removal was an error. This was an oversight, and the removal was carried out in good faith based on the existence of a final order of removal and Abrego Garcia's purported membership in NS-13. So essentially saying that, look, we went through the process. A judge looked at this case, said likely gang member, yes, include this in this deportation order. But they've openly said now, this is an error. We need to try and fix this. So they've basically said that because he's no longer in U.S. custody, he's been handed off to custody in El Salvador. That there's no court in the U.S. that can just order him returned. But since they have come out and said, this removal was an error, I expect that they will start working through the process to have him brought back. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see exactly what happens with this. I'm sure that there's something happening in the background, though.
but are they trying to say that they admit that he wasn't a gang member, or they're just saying that they shouldn't have sent him out?
They're saying this removal was an error. So that's what they're saying.
Oh,
Uh, I think what they're saying, that, as it says, this was an oversight, but they're also saying the removal was carried out in good faith, right? The process was taken care of. This was not just somebody who was just snatched off the street, shoved in a plane, and flown out. There was a process. Everyone got the
But are
process.
they 100%
But
sure that he is or isn't a gang member? Or now it's just like, that's the part that I'm not sure of.
they don't really say, right? They're simply saying that when the removal happened, it was determined that he was an MS-13 gang member. So I don't know. I don't know what that means about the change in that status or anything. I've only got
When did
those.
the ICE
two
guy,
notes here.
this ICE message come
I think
from?
it was from earlier today. Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to make any effort, but I honestly, for me, if it's like there were testimonies and everybody said he
Yeah.
was a gang member and it seemed like that's what was happening, and they just were missing like another stamp for this or some other bureaucratic thing, I'm not really that worried about it. But if he wasn't at all and like he had nothing to do with it, that's the only way. I mean, still, I don't know what his situation was when he was here, but at least that part wouldn't be true, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I wanted to answer Adam regarding what you said before. I think that for years that border has been a mess. I'm talking
Agreed.
the past 4, 5, 6 presidents. I don't know what. It's been a mess, and not one of them has really handled it properly. And every single one that came afterwards just like continue. It was like a patchwork. To pretend that you're doing this and this and that, they'll start this. They'll have people talking about asylum and not asylum. Always like this bureaucratic stuff that never went anywhere. And what annoyed me even before like Trump was elected or anything like that, what annoyed me most about the situation, and this is just my opinion, there's a lot of people that come to the US and they want to be citizens, and in order to do that there's a really lengthy and complicated process. And sometimes you have to make sure that somebody wants to employ you. You have to get like the right visas that are work visas. You have to work here for a number of years. Then your employer may decide to assist with the process of you becoming a citizen, things like that. A lot of times you need to work for years for a very specific employer, meaning your career could be secondary to a certain situation that you would need to happen for you to be able to be here. And then finally, after years, it also could cost you potentially legal and other things. It could also be a good amount of money to deal with all these years, even though the employers are generally the ones that sometimes do it but sometimes not. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that is a very lengthy and complicated and headache of a process, and one that somebody for years has to dedicate and do stuff for. Meanwhile, you have other people that just go through that border and they're like, "Hey, what's up? Like, we're here. We'll see you later." Like, "Hey," and it's like it shouldn't be. There should be one unified system, in my opinion, that you either make it very tough for everybody or you make it like semi tough for everybody, or you don't let anybody in. But I I just don't understand how there would be one group, the more educated and more like serious people group, that are here and just like jumping through every hoop possible to legally be here and do the thing, whereas other people can just walk in and do whatever they want. And that's the thing that bothered me the most.
There is a big fairness issue. It doesn't seem like the rules as they are right now are being evenly applied across ethnic groups or country of origin. And I will agree with you that it has been the southern border has been mishandled forever. It has just been just a total nightmare. It's been an absolute wreck. But there's also a lot of related issues involved, like labor, like cheap labor. White Americans don't want to pick lettuce, and that's a fact. They're just not willing to do it. Um, there have been programs for prison labor to have um, convicts come out and do agricultural work, and they end up quitting halfway through the day. So there is like a real economic uh, situation involved. There's a lot of other factors. Um, I think we can all agree that we would like to see it handled better, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
And
I
be
guess
be
what I'm
consistent. So set the rules. Be
Consistent.
consistent.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Let people know like what is your end game, like what can you do to to come here to work. We have some sort of work program or something to allow people to
Yeah,
come
I
here
feel like
to
we all
apply not for citizenship, but apply to come here to work. And there's various other things that could be done as well. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any actual desire on either side of the aisle to actually work this out legislatively. One side wants to say nobody can come in, or we only want the rich people. And then the other side says everyone should be allowed in no matter what. And neither of those answers is getting us to where we need to be. So,
Yeah, I think we can all agree that we don't want convicted violent criminals getting
yeah.
involved in the immigration process. I mean, that's a pretty easy line to draw.
Um, quickly, I just wanted. There's a few things going on at the same time. So first of all, I
Um,
wanted to thank. Can you hear me?
yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to thank the Big Ship, who gifted 20 Price of Reason Live memberships. The Big Ship is a very, very generous ship, and it's not even the first time that he's been generous like this.
Big Ship is a big whale. He's
He's
wonderfully generous and a great guy.
Yeah. We
exactly.
really do appreciate it, Big Ship. Thank you very much.
He is. Sometimes people have names, and you're like, "Why is this person called that?" And you're like, "Well, that's." And you're not convinced. But the Big Ship, I'm convinced. Like that's. I believe the Big Ship is a big ship.
Yeah, he's legit. He's a good friend and of our channel as well. So thank you, Big
Thank-
Ship, for the
Thank you
membership.
so much. Really, really appreciate it. And then the next thing that happened, and this is very
there's
unfortunate.
there's actually there's two other super chats up above there from
Oh,
the dead
no.
from the dead man.
Well,
I'm sure
literally. What,
that's
did
so
Val
strange
Kilmer
that they
really
don't
pass
appear
away?
for me.
That's terrible. So thank you.
So, let's do.
There you go. Yeah,
You're right.
There's
Thank
two
you,
right there at the
Professor.
top.
They disappeared.
Yeah.
Did you hear that Beefaroni has been discontinued?
No.
I didn't hear that.
Oh,
And then he said April Fools.
Oh, April Fools.
So,
Never mind.
so yeah, I mean, basically, Beefaroni. That's like a classic American dish that's never going to be canceled, as long as Nick Weiser is eating beefaroni. And then Jeremiah Hambry for $2. Thank you, the Dead Man, $2 and $2. Thank you, $4, and the Big Ship. Thank you. Jeremiah Hambry said, "Rip Val Kilmer." Man, I didn't know. I guess this just happened.
Yep, and I've got the Hollywood Reporter article down there shared if you want to put that up and we can talk about it.
Yeah, you would have wanted it to be like an April Fool's joke, or so. Not that it's like, extremely funny joke, but you would have preferred that, and instead it's man.
Oh, that's terrible.
Val Kilmer, actor renowned for receding into his roles, dies at 65. The actor was memorable as Iceman in Top Gun, Jim Morrison in The Doors, Doc Holliday in Tombstone, and the Cape Crusader in Batman Forever. And he was in Heat. He was also in Heat.
He had been ill for a while, hadn't
Top
he?
Secret.
Yes,
Top
he's been ill for quite some time. Yeah,
he has been. I'll tell you what. There was a documentary about him that I saw maybe 3, 4, 5 years ago or something like that. And man, was I depressed watching that documentary.
Yeah,
like
he was first diagnosed with throat cancer in 2015, and he's been dealing
dear.
with it ever since. Yeah.
Oh, rest in peace, Val.
Yeah, that's why he's got that. He does get that small part in Top Gun Maverick.
So good that
where
Tom Cruise.
He kind of has to whisper his lines, right? But he's in there. Yeah.
Tom Cruise did such a good gesture to him in the way that he brought him for there, in his condition, that he still was able to like incorporate him into the movie and actually make it kind of it's an emotional moment in the movie when you see him.
It's a meaningful inclusion. Yeah, he plays an important role and plays a meaningful role in that film, not just a cameo, right?
It's actually done very well, very thoughtfully, because if you think about it, you see pictures of him, leading up to that meeting. So they're already kind of planning it in your mind, that he's around kind of, and then Maverick gets like a text from him and answers him. So like he's sort of in the background there, and then like it all leads up to the meeting that they have, and like the most important kind of change that like Maverick actually goes through is that conversation he has with him and how he would treat Rooster, like Goose's son, That a lot has to do with like the guidance that he got from Val Kilmer's character, and I just thought it was really. I don't want to say this is a strange thing for me to say, but when I saw that scene, not only within the movie was it an emotional moment, but I also even seeing Val Kilmer thought to myself, after already being familiar from that documentary and seeing what his life looked like these days, I thought to myself, how many more movies am I going to see Val Kilmer in? It was
Yeah.
maybe that's not a nice thing to think, but I did think it when I saw it, and really, really happy to see him in that movie. It was also a moment. I don't know how you guys saw it and how it was in your theater. You could feel in the theater that moment also meant something to other people.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
I did not get to see it in the theater, but yeah, it was a really meaningful moment in the movie,
I still
knowing that they
remember.
included him. Yeah,
I still remember seeing the Doors in the theater. It definitely affected me. But yeah, that's interesting. What Red Spitfire said that Val's son helped him with his voice. That's wonderful.
Yeah, and I thought it was great. Like whatever happened in that movie was great. Now the documentary. I was so saddened by the documentary. I usually at that time, I think it was at a time that I was still not even making videos about reviews, but I was just on Twitter posting my thoughts about movies. And I think that I wouldn't give the movie a rating because it's just like it was such a depressing movie. I mean, it's hard to rate a movie that you see a guy that you like grew up in movies and really respect as an actor, really looking not good. And I just didn't feel like that was a movie that can be like, yeah, well, the second act really fell apart. You know what I mean? I was just
yeah,
like,
yeah,
I got nothing here. This is just so sad to see, and that's how I felt. Let me see if I can find it. I'm curious
yeah,
because even when I watched it, then honestly, somebody wrote in the chat that like we thought that he may have already passed away sooner. Uh, I don't know. I guess by looking at that documentary and seeing like him and Maverick and then seeing his condition in different situations, he did from the moment like you said, R2, diagnosed them in 2015. He hung on there for a long time. He did put up
yeah,
a fight.
yeah. He did. So while you're looking that up, Adam, what do you? What's your first? What was the first film you saw with uh, with Val Kilmer in it?
Wow. Oh boy, you're putting me on the front line here. It would have to be Batman. I
Okay.
think it would have to be Batman. I'm not even sure chronologically what else I would have seen before that.
Yeah.
Um,
I think probably for me, I know that I saw Real Genius on VHS in the late '80s.
oh,
Uh,
how could I forget?
that
Oh,
would have
yes,
been the
of
first
course.
time I saw him.
Yes.
I saw that before I saw I did not see Top Gun in the theaters. I eventually saw Top Gun, but I remember seeing Real Genius late in the 1980s. Um, so that was only his third film. No, it's his second film. Excuse me. His first film was Top Secret.
Yes,
The
and I
great
did not
spoof.
did not see Top Secret, but I'm a huge Real Genius fan. I'm mad at myself for forgetting that now.
Top
Yeah,
Secret is a
love
wonderful
Real
movie.
Genius. Real Genius is great.
The Real Genius is great. I like that too. But
Top Secret's
honestly,
also really good. Yeah, I got a 4K release of that for Christmas
wow, that's like a
in a
classic movie.
collection.
Top
Yeah, it is.
Secret.
It's really
And
good.
he does a lot of heavy lifting there. He has to sing. He does all that kind of 50s singing. I thought he did that rather well because he's not an actor. You saw him singing in every movie, but when he was asked to do it, he seemed pretty good at it.
Hmm.
And
He was what they call a natural, I think.
I think
Um,
you're right.
he just shines on camera. He has great sense of timing, um, and he's obviously handsome. Yeah, it's a terrible loss.
This thing here, this is what I wrote after seeing that documentary. I really feel like before watching that documentary, I didn't even really realize that he was sick. So watching that was just like wow. And when you watch that documentary, you really don't. I don't know how other people looked at it. I don't want to say it's not nice for me to say that I didn't know how much longer this man has watching that documentary, but at the same time, I'm human, and that's the feeling I got seeing him there, and it made me very sad because you could tell what a toll that it had taken on him. Did you guys see that documentary?
I have not.
No, I haven't.
He was
On
this guy in
Amazon.
the past that was like almost like difficult, but in the sense he was very much into his art. He'd probably have like tension with directors because he wanted to do this way and that way. Maybe he was a difficult guy, but I think that most people would agree that he was also a good actor. Sometimes you have somebody with a lot of talent, and maybe they could be more difficult. But he even in that movie said like how whatever he was going through changed him, and he was going to these kind of conventions and places where people like Tombstone or people like his movies, and whatever it is that he's been in, and like a lot of people are showing him kind of love and want his signature and like pictures and all that. And he was saying that maybe he even said it himself that in the past he would have thought that this is like a dumb thing, what he's doing now. In other words, he didn't say it maybe in a mean way, but he was just saying that at the end, this thing like the feeling the love of these people, and it's so important to him. And he can barely talk. He's all like with those weird voice things when he's the machine thing that he's like not even really him. You know what I mean? That voice box. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah.
So it's all really really difficult to watch. Like there's rare that movies just like depress me like that movie. Uh, so yeah, I mean, even if you don't watch that movie, that's fine. It's one of those movies that I don't even know if I recommend. I think that if I want to see Val Kilmer, especially now, I want to see Top Secret. I want to see Real Genius. Want to see Top Gun. Uh, I want to see Heat. People didn't mention Heat. He's great in Heat.
Hmm.
He like was in a movie that was like Pacino and De Niro, but I would argue that Val Kilmer also gave a really good performance in that movie. If you're familiar with it, have you seen Heat?
It's
I
been
have
a
not.
while, but
It's on my list.
I watched it quite some time ago.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed in myself that I haven't watched it yet.
It's okay. I mean, the thing is that I mean, these days, I just Robert De Niro has become such an annoying
Oh,
he
he's
released a
obsessed.
movie like in the past few weeks and nobody went to see it. Now, okay, so he's an older guy, but the truth is that I think that if he didn't annoy so many people, maybe there would have been a little more goodwill towards a movie of his. Maybe it would have found some audience. But I think that that's what surprises me about a lot of these actors that become so political, like a Mark Hamill, like Robert De Niro, like that they won't stop talking all
It's
day
not a
about their
positive.
politics.
Yeah, it's not a positive. I don't care about their politics, honestly. Entertain me, please.
Yeah, I saw a great article the other day. It was called "Make Actors Apolitical Again." It was,
Right.
and it's just talking about like, shut up, just shut up, go on
Please.
stage and do your performing monkey bit, and then go back to whatever. Just let us enjoy you as an actor. Let us, you don't have to try and be some sort of change agent, activist, whatever. Like, just perform,
Yeah,
entertain us, and we're going to love you for it.
Well,
it feels like the priority is the moral and the virtue signaling over the performance,
Exactly.
over their job, and that's the kind of thing that at least we could look back to the golden age, and we had publicists controlling what went out and what didn't go out for actors in the studio system. I've
those were
kind of
good
missed that.
times.
Yeah, I hate to wax nostalgia, but it was a little easier to deal with these people. Everyone has their own garbage, Everyone's got their own messy backyard. I just don't want to hear about it from the guy, in the R2D2 costume. No offense. I just, I don't care.
I
It doesn't
I
matter to
care. I care about Kenny Baker's political
doesn't
affiliations.
doesn't matter to me, like, who Dakota Fanning votes for. It's just,
No, I don't care. It's like
keep it to yourself.
even in my personal life, just so you know that in the past, like I think nobody even asked me who I voted for. I wouldn't say it, and nobody cared. And I was just like, even the whole voting thing wasn't that serious. Like everything wasn't serious. Everybody's just really gone off the deep end with this. I really don't care. I mean, people can do whatever they want. Although these days it's hard to say that. I guess like it's hard to steer away from all this political stuff. But I will say this: if I was an actor that somebody was paying like millions and millions of dollars, to do something, I'd have I'd have the sense like not to do all that crap. The fact that somebody would be making millions and he goes and like starts lecturing people and like saying how much he hates half the country and all this stuff, that to me is just like taking what you have for granted. You know what I mean? You're being greedy and shitty. Sorry, Sean. That's the same like Rachel Zegler, and as far as I'm concerned, the same like a Robert De Niro or Mark Hamill or whatever it is. Like you're not supposed to go and like you know attack your own potential customers. If you do that, you're stupid. I don't care if it's even people that voted one way or another. If you do that, you're an idiot.
Yeah, agreed.
And just because I think between all of this, I never got to say, I think I was reading some things in the chat. I don't know what somebody wrote that it was like a Dem talking point. I don't know what I said that was a Dem talking point, but I do think that there should be a unified way that if somebody is supposed to be like gets to be here, it should be unified. And I don't know if that's considered a Dem talking point, but I really don't think that some people should work for like decades under circumstances and visas and special permissions, whereas other people can just walk through the border and everybody bows down to them. It shouldn't be that. That shouldn't be. And the final thing I'll say is that I do think that within the Biden years, his administration, if for years there was just the usual mess there, I think that Biden, for whatever reason you can, claim, and there's a lot of different thoughts behind that. That thing became, again, sorry, Sean, a shit show during the Biden era. It may have been the straw that broke the camel's back, but way too many people were coming in at exactly that time. At least, like, it seems that way. It
I
seems
think
like
we all agree that what's happening isn't working, and it hasn't been working correctly or fairly for a long time now. It would be nice to see some kind of just reform go across the board, I think.
Yeah, so just wanted to throw that in there, and like and again, even with what I'm saying, it's not that I want the gang members to stay here or whatever it is. I guess I was just trying to say also that 5 years from now, it worries me that it'll be such a normal thing to like do this, that other people with not good intentions, I hope, don't use it in a bad way. That's a weird thing to say, but I'm a strange
No, I
paranoid
get it,
person,
yeah.
and that's the way I think. It could be also a different regime. It could be a different set of politicians saying, "Oh, well, they did that. Now we'll do something," and maybe whatever they're doing, who knows what that'll be. When I see things getting more extreme and more extreme in whatever direction, sometimes I have this kind of like instinct that tells me, "Wow, things have gotten pretty extreme." Saying everything that I said now, I do believe there is a real crisis on that southern border, in my opinion, at least. I can't tell other people how to feel. I think that is a genuine crisis. So it is what it is. But when it comes to Val Kilmer, I mean, I'll say another thing. Nothing I say is going to sound good. I'm going to sound like a douche no matter what I say. How do I say this and try to sound the least douchey? That in that movie, I don't know that he seemed all that happy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like his whole love in his life was to be an actor. Like I said, maybe it was difficult at times. That's what he loved to do. When you see in that movie that like instead of getting the type of roles that like Val Kilmer is suitable for, he's like being wheeled around on a wheelchair. He looks at times sick. Um, that's not easy. It wasn't easy for me to see it, and I thought to myself, it can't be easy for that guy to go through it.
Yep.
It kind of also it's one of those documentaries that again is just a byproduct of it, but you think to yourself, doesn't matter all his money, all his fame, all whatever. At the end, you look at him, and none of that is going to help him. I mean,
Yep.
sure, maybe it helped him go through that in a way that didn't suck as much, but it's not. It couldn't solve the problem. So yeah, just a strange situation. But he does leave like a legacy of really, really good movies.
Oh yeah, he had some absolutely incredible films. Tombstone.
Tombstone.
You mentioned Heat. You know, there's the I'm just kind of looking through the IMDb here. Oh, the animated film Prince of Egypt, that was very well
Mm.
reviewed. He did the voice of Moses as well as the voice of God in that, and he did really well there.
Did not know
Um,
that.
of course, yeah, he had some of his early, comedic stuff. Real Genius, absolute classic film. I have not watched that in forever. I need to go back and
Yeah, I
watch
haven't I
that one
haven't watched that
again.
in a minute too.
Um, there was what was the movie? Um, I'm kind of scrolling here. Um,
Oh, yeah,
oh,
well,
The Ghost in the Darkness. That one wasn't very well reviewed. I really enjoyed that film.
I
Uh,
thought
I
it was
thought
enjoyable.
I thought it was a really good movie.
He left a
Um,
wonderful legacy.
yeah.
He really did. He made a great mark, and he had a terrific run. Um, no one wants to see anyone languish in illness, uh, which is sad. But yeah, he had a terrific career. I don't know much about him as a person. You don't hear a lot of gossip about Val Kilmer, really.
Yeah, outside of his work, he was pretty low key. He was not a, out there as a, drama queen making all sorts of wild,
Right.
nights on the town and stuff like that, that were getting in all the tabloids.
Yeah.
He was a bit of a diva on set sometimes. That was pretty well known. In fact,
Was he?
uh, that was kind of stalled out his career when he made The Island of Dr. Moreau.
Oh dear.
Oh, that
We
was
just
a
don't talk about
catastrophe.
that.
That movie is a catastrophe.
It is a catastrophe, and in fact, I think
That portrait.
Drinker may have done one of his
Production
He
heck.
did.
Yeah.
He did.
production disaster things about
Yeah.
that one. But
That
yeah,
property is as cursed as Fantastic Four. It has never been done justice. It's a tragedy, every
oh
version of it.
yes,
So I don't I
yeah,
don't blame Val for that.
yeah.
I mean, he didn't help the situation, but I remember that Moreau one, and I did watch it. The funniest thing was I had a friend of mine who had a laser disc. Again, this doesn't sound like much now, but whenever they came out with a laser disc, that was like the coolest thing a person could have.
Mhm.
And he's like, "Why don't you come over?" And I came over, and he showed me his laser disc, and he put on this movie. He's like, "Let's put on this movie." And I'm like, "Okay." And I said, "Who's in it?" He's like, "It's Marlon Brando." I'm like, "Okay, that's great." And we both like The
Sweet.
Godfather, and it has Val Kilmer. I'm like, okay, let's put it on. I knew nothing about this movie. It's not like today where you Google everything on your phone in 1 second. Like there's a movie on Laserdisc with Marlon Brando and Val Kilmer,
Awesome.
right? Awesome. Like it doesn't get any better than this. He presses play, and we're watching this movie, and there were parts in the movie. And I'm like, what? Sorry, what the f am I watching here? What is this? This is the weirdest thing, and like I was just shocked by it. I don't know. I know it's not a good movie, but it's also such a weird movie. And because the production is so messy, it adds to the weirdness even more. It's like you don't even know what to think or feel when you're watching it. But I'm kind of glad it exists. Sometimes, like it's sort of a train wreck that you can't look away. For me,
It is, yeah, it's a disaster, and I totally get the laserdisc thing. I had a buddy of mine that actually we're still in contact. We don't see much of each other, but we check in every now and then. But he had a laserdisc player, and he got the widescreen laser discs of the Star Wars trilogy, and he was just like a god, like to have those back in the day, to get to sit down and watch those on Laserdisc was amazing.
I'll tell you
Uh,
something. That friend of mine that had the Laserdisc with the Island of Dr. Moreau also has the original trilogy of Star Wars, and that was a big deal.
yeah.
But I'd already seen that with him, so this new Island of Moreau movie was like all the rage. But go on, sorry.
No, just saying, like, yeah, he had a huge collection of Laserdiscs. Actually ran a video store back in the day. So when the video store went out and they had some Laserdisc, he took a whole bunch of those and stuff. So yeah, it
And
was yeah,
it's
Laserdiscs
interesting.
were pretty awesome. People love those.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it doesn't look like much now, but at the time, we had to deal with so many kind of videos and VCRs. And the thing with tapes is the more you watch them, if you have a movie that you like, the more it kind of wears the tape out.
Oh,
Sometimes
yeah.
I'd have tapes that like got caught up in the VHS.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
Oh,
do you remember that where the
I wore
VHS
out
ruins your tape?
I wore out my copy of, Spinal Tap. The tape actually snapped. I watched it so many times.
I have a story that's really, really like, it annoys me until this very day. I had Back to the Future 2 on like a video cassette, and I loved that movie. I mean, first, I would sit around watching Back to the Future 1 a million times on video, but then when the second one came out, I mean, I was waiting so many years for that second one, and it came out, and it was just on repeat. I kept watching it over and over and over again. And then one time, it's like you said, it's worse than snapping. It got cut up. Has
Got
that ever
chewed up.
happened that the thing gets caught up and you have to kind of
Yeah, oh,
take the
yeah.
tape out? And
Oh
and
yeah.
then it's all like smushed, you know what I mean? Like the thing is ruined.
I
So,
do have a relevant, anecdote from our friend Argentum. Apparently, the Twin Pines Mall is, set to be demolished. The actual mall in California where that was shot at.
oh
Oh my
no,
goodness.
Yeah, and it's gonna be turned into apartments, so,
that
yeah, everything must
sucks.
pass, but,
No, not the
she
first mall in America to be
right.
bulldozed.
She did say, though, that, the, anniversary party still happens every year, that, on the date at, like, 1:16 in the morning, people still show up. People that were in the film or involved in the film show up, and they have a little get-together every year. So, my thought was maybe we need a petition to name these new apartments the Twin Pines Apartments.
Oh yeah.
I think that'd
Absolutely.
be cool.
Or Lion Estates.
Yeah.
Uh, but what I was gonna say, like, what I think we should do is something else. Don't they have something that becomes like an historical building that you can't take down? I feel like the Twin Pines Mall, you can't tear them down. You have to find something to do with them and like keep them as like a guarded. I mean, Gavin Newsom wastes so much money on so much crap. Can't he just save
In a
the
perfect world, sure.
Twin
Save the
Pine
clock
Mall?
tower.
We need
Yeah.
to
Save
save
the
it.
clock tower.
That is like the most important mall ever. And by the way, so Vex Electronica says spoilers. It was called Backshots to the Future. Okay.
X.
Vex always has some naughty things to say. I sometimes invite Vex here for these late night shows, but usually she just likes to hear us in bed while she goes to sleep. Like,
Yes.
we put her to sleep. That's what I understand from
That's
Vex.
yeah.
Not upset about it. Just saying that's how Vex feels about us.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
And
our Argentum in the chat. Yeah, they
Yeah.
have the sign, the prop from the movie in the mall, which has unfortunately been a little bit vandalized, but hopefully that will
Oh my
find a new
goodness.
place when they develop that area.
Yeah.
so
We do have a couple of super chats.
okay.
To
Just quickly,
cover.
Tex Rogers. It was Twin Pines Mall before he changed the future, then Lone Pile
Then it was
Mall after
Lone
that.
Yes.
That
Pine
is
Mall.
true.
Yes.
Super chats. Okay, let's go look at them. Let me share this tab. So we got "I'm Your Huckleberry" from the Dead Man, which is of course the Tombstone
From
quote
Tombstone. Yep.
from Val Kilmer, and then you have "I'll Be Your Wingman Any Day," and of course that's from the original Top Gun movie.
That comes with an implied butt slap.
Yes. Definitely
Yes,
part of it.
that is. They did have a strange relationship in that movie, didn't they? But these are great quotes from Val Kilmer. Certainly ones that people are going to remember. And yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more. I want to think about stuff. I probably can't play things, but let's see what happens. But before we go on, the thing with the Back to the Future 2 is that the tape was destroyed and it started spitting out the tape. So I quickly ran, and this was at that moment the movie that I was watching all the time. I can't explain to you how much I loved Back to the Future 2. And especially at that moment in time. So I am devastated the thing is spitting out my tape. I was already well versed in these things, so I knew how to take a piece of scotch tape and fix the thing. I knew what I needed to do. The problem is I could only do it if I had to cut. I had to cut some of it. Some of it there was no way you could fix. you could just like, you can only fix the part that's not crumpled up. Do you get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah.
so,
I've prepared plenty of them. Yeah.
so at the end, what happened was I fixed it, and then always there was like, I think it was when maybe when Biff came back from, when they're at Lion Estates or whatever that's called, and the older Biff brings back the DeLorean after like giving himself the almanac in the 1955.
Well,
You
like
Yeah.
the
see him,
old
yeah.
broken Biff. Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, this is total night owl style conversations that are going in a lot of different directions. That whole situation with Biff, they actually had an additional part of that scene where Biff basically disappears. And the reason why they had Biff disappear is because he gave himself the almanac. He basically, like Marty disappearing, he basically changed his own fate, and that's why the old Biff disappeared. So there was like a scene that never made it into the movie, or an extended part of that scene where you see him disappear. Instead, he kind of just sort of falls or acts weird, and then you don't see him anymore. I would have preferred if they put the scene in where you see him disappear, because I think that would have given like the final closure of that whole situation. It would have made more sense to keep it. Have you ever seen the deleted one?
Yeah, several times. Yeah, I
I
own the Back to the Future trilogy. I think 6 times over.
I'll tell you what. The older I get, the more I become a fan of Tom Wilson.
Oh yeah, no, I
Yeah.
love Tom. Yeah, have you watched
I,
this
I
little mini documentary that he made? He's got it on his YouTube channel.
I've
Yes,
seen his songs and clips of him, and he does a lot of interviews on YouTube and so on. He seems like a really great
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's a great guy. I actually, I remember first learning like more about him just not just being an actor. He was on a local radio station with like the morning zoo people when I was like in high school, and I
Wow.
just happened to be listening to it, and I was like, holy crap, this guy, not only is this guy funny, but he's really chill, and he's just like just riffing with these guys and having fun. I was like, I love this guy. Who knew Tom Wills that who knew that Biff Tannen was like a cool dude, right? It was pretty funny. Dead air.
Killed it. Oh, that's right.
Stream killer. Stream killer.
Spitfire in the chat, in the Rumble chat. Drinker did an interview with him that I have
he was
not
on Drinker's.
watched yet.
Yeah,
but
he was
I
on Drinker's
have
stream
bookmarked.
about a month ago. Yeah.
I do have it. I do have it saved.
Yep, he's a cool guy.
He seems like it. He seems like self-aware and unusually healthy for an older actor.
for anyone who
Who?
spent extended time in Hollywood.
Tom Wilson.
Who are
Tom
you talking about? Oh yeah, I love Tom
Yeah.
Wilson is cool.
Yeah.
I just wanted to show this as like a scene from Top
Až
Secret.
po vás, drahá? Přišla jste akorát. Takhle krásnou jsem vás snad ještě neviděl.
Language. Is it in German? What was that?
It moves back and forth between a few different languages. I know that.
Až po vás, drahá? Přišla jste
Do you
akorát.
think that it's like a?
Takhle krásnou jsem vás snad ještě
I'm
neviděl.
trying to understand.
He's making up words.
I think so. It moves back and forth between different languages.
Děkuji
Some of
vám,
it's
bylo
made
to
up,
od vás velmi laskavé.
Ráda se stalo.
but
Hledal jsem s kým si zatancovat.
the waiter
Jste Američan.
that
To jsem.
supposedly comes up to
Můj
ask them what
strýček
they
se
want
narodil
for
v
dinner
Americe.
Opravdu?
Měl štěstí,
actually
jaké má málo.
curses at them in Yiddish.
Podařilo se mu utéct z balónu, když
I
byl
didn't know. I
prezidentem
always
Jimmy
thought.
Carter.
Did they always speak here in the like?
Určitě to
I
hodně
guess I haven't seen it in a while. I thought they speak English here.
No, I think this is
Vyprávěl mi
dub.
o všech těch velkých
That's what
domech
I'm
a
saying. I
drahých
think-
Yeah,
autech.
I think this is like a
this
good
is a
one.
dubbed
Let's
version, maybe in Polish or something.
Top Secret. Yeah, that was a very strange thing. Let's see if
Yeah,
we can
there's a
find it.
few. There's supposed to be like there's some of the Yahtzee soldiers, and there's some of the waiters and stuff like that are supposedly speaking German.
It really bums me out that we don't get good satire films anymore.
No, they can't do comedy anymore.
I am grateful
Yeah,
for what you did back
even like
there.
Starship
think we really
Troopers
like America.
level stuff we don't get anymore. But yeah, Airplane, Top Secrets.
Oh yeah, all of those Zucker, Abrams, Zucker Abrams movies.
Grummz.
I feel like they don't upload enough clips from this movie that we didn't get that dinner scene properly. But there's some
Whoa.
good scenes here.
The anal intruder.
The anal
Yes.
Chocolate mousse.
Let's see if we can find anything. I don't know why it all such like bad. Okay, what's this?
Come on, we've got to get out of here.
Don't you think we gotta wait for the police?
That was the police.
Oh, that's the ballet. Yes.
Come on, we've got to get out of here.
Don't you think we gotta wait for the police?
That was the police.
In here.
Prop room.
Get out this way.
Wait a minute. First, you can explain a few things.
I'm not sure I can.
Just a wacky movie.
My daughter
Tell
found
me
that
more,
scene
Teacher, in
extremely
danger.
funny.
Please trust me. You must come with
I
me.
would love to watch this with a
I don't know
younger
what kind of
person
trouble you're in,
for the first
but
time.
don't worry about me. I'm a guest of the government. I can explain everything.
But you're mistaken. They'll put you in.
Go away, you still can. They can't do anything to me.
That was a long clip.
Yeah, it is.
It is long, yeah. Hopefully we won't get
Martin.
in trouble.
Boy, am I glad to see you. I've been here 20 minutes already.
He's marking the minutes on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. 20 minutes.
I've tried everything. The embassy, the German government,
We're
consulate.
just not allowed to have fun
I
anymore.
even talked to the UN ambassador. It's no use.
It's no use.
I just can't bring my wife to orgasm.
Can't bring my wife to orgasm.
Gee, that's a shame, Martin. Have you tried one of these?
Wow, well, thanks. I'll give it a whirl.
Make it for
Now
a
listen,
test.
Martin. I'm getting a little worried about this place. I mean, I don't even think they've ever even heard of a trial. All I know is, after you left the cafe last night, I met a girl.
All the attachments.
Then later at the ballet, she's sitting all alone.
That's
And
basically
then all of a sudden, I see this guy who's got a gun at her head. And
It's
he's
a
looking like he's going
hammer
to kill her. And he
Hammer
might
drill,
have if I hadn't slipped in. Now, there's got to be someone you can call that can straighten this whole mess out.
Look, I figure they gotta let you out for your concert Friday night. They're beaming it live by satellite to 85 countries. Now you just relax. And remember, there's nothing to worry about.
so you
Fantastic
know.
movie.
So
missed
yes,
comment.
Val Kilmer did perform his own songs in that.
He did, yeah.
It's his own music that he performed, but he actually recorded them, and they are recorded under the name of his character Nick Rivers,
Right.
Not as Val Kilmer. But then there's kind of a weird thing that happened with this movie. Remember that Peter Cushing is in here as the bookstore
Yes.
guy. Remember he
Right.
has that bizarro prosthetic on his face where it looks like he's holding the magnifying glass, but really
Magnifying glass, yeah.
has a giant eye. So in order to make that, they had to make a casting of Peter Cushing's face to be able to create the prosthetic. That cast was kept in their archives and was eventually used to help create the 3D model
Tarkin?
for Peter Cushing's Tarkin in Rogue One.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Wow, I
kind of
didn't know that.
amazing.
Yeah.
I'm
So
so
they
happy they kept it.
Yeah, so they had to help create that 3D model. So that's interesting connection there.
Wow, that's impressive. I've always said that the Tarkin was far more convincing than the Leia in that film, but very interesting. Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, even the Tarkin looked a bit uncanny, but yeah, the Leia one was a weird one because they tried to do like half a face of some actress and then stick like parts of it from Carrie Fisher's. The technology wasn't there yet. I think that today there's better technology, and they probably could have done it better, but they couldn't at that moment, I guess.
I mean, it looks real. I think they both look fine when they're standing still. It's when they talk
Yeah,
that things get a little off.
right.
Tarkin still looked better than hers did,
Yes,
but
she looked the worst.
yeah,
She looked the worst for sure.
hers was on screen for less time though. So I don't know.
Thankfully,
It's out.
thankfully, hers wasn't on screen for very long. Let me see if I can do anything with him singing. I'll probably, get in trouble, but I think it's cool. I kind of want to see him sing. I'm thinking, what's like the dumbest song out of all of these?
Oh gosh, what are the songs that are in there?
Let's see.
Let's see.
Okay, this one is silly. I think it's funny. Let's see if we can do it.
There's How Silly Can You Get? This is one of the
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, he's great.
yeah. Say
Like,
this.
all jokes aside, all jokes aside on how ridiculous that whole thing was, his job was to actually sing it in a way that like you believe he's a singer. And
Yeah.
you know what? That was some good work.
I would say the one that's probably the most memorable for me was this one, the one where he's dancing around, sliding around on the rugs, because it starts to get really
that's a good one
ridiculous
too.
after a while.
Well, get out on that floor and hit that rug tonight. We're gonna shake that rug.
There's a real performance in this one. It's not just him singing.
Right.
Stomp, slide like the devil on the thread. Yeah. I say the romp and stomp, slide like the devil on the thread. Well, stay back, baby. I believe I'm on the free my edge. You gotta straighten the rug. Yeah, straighten the rug. You gotta give it a push. Yeah, give it a shove. Well, rug come, honey, now, baby. Give it a tug.
There you go.
Such a great movie.
Yeah.
I love that movie. It's such a great movie.
It's a classic. Yep.
Rest in peace, Mr. Kilmer.
Yep. Rest in peace.
Thanks for
Yep.
for your hard work.
Definitely left his mark on Hollywood, and he'll be remembered fondly. So,
by the way, just some comments, kind of reacting to what we were talking about. The immigration system is overwhelmed because the U.S. has so many due process guarantees, and then also the immigration was fine until the Democrats broke it in the 1980s.
I would argue with that.
I'll tell you what. The thing is that there have been like Clintons and Bushes and whatever, and it's not that like from one to the other it somehow got better. I think that everybody had some responsibility, but also at the same time, I also think that in the Biden era, it did go like out of control. It spiraled. It was out of control before. It spiraled in a way that like I can understand why this has become an issue now. Like. Because of that era, at least my opinion. But Yeah, so we really went like from immigration to Val Kilmer to
Then Val
top
Kilmer back to
secret.
immigration to
We're
top
back to
secret, back to
immigration.
immigration. Yeah, we're all over the place. That's okay. Uh,
Remember
That's
that
part
time
of the
when
experience here at the
Kilmer
Night Owl.
tried to sneak across the
oh, there was
border?
that. Yeah, I remember that. Actually, I think that happened in Top Secret. It just wasn't the American border. He was sneaking over. It was a different. It's the West German border, East German border. Something.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
well, it is sad that we've lost Val Kilmer, but
Yep.
time rolls on.
Yep.
Absolutely. By the way, whatever platform you're watching this stream on, if you're on YouTube, you should definitely like the stream and give us a sub.
Give
And
us a
if on
like.
and if you're on Rumble, we're we love being on Rumble. So if you're watching this through the app and you haven't signed up yet for Rumble, you should definitely do it. And if you feel like it, you can also follow us and get notified whenever we do streams. So all that good stuff. And yeah, so I think we went over the general JD Vance thing. We did talk about Val Kilmer, which was kind of unexpected.
Yeah. Some breaking news on that one.
Yep. And then you have, now it kind of feels like a strange thing to talk about, but you have the Elon Musk baby mama drama,
Yeah.
for lack of a better description of.
Okay, so I'm not caught up on this. Please fill me in.
Let me see for a second. Well, basically, what happened is that there is, what am I going to say? There's this, I don't know what she is. How do I describe Ashley St. Clair?
Baby mama, I think, is about as good a description as you're gonna get. I think.
Right. So basically, she popped up recently. She was sort of like she had a "Make America Great Again" hat on, and she was sort of like a big Trump supporter. And because she looked all right, she became sort of a figure that people know, even though you're not really sure why you know her or what she's done.
A
And
celebrity.
Yeah,
Someone with
she
no
was
merit
a
who is
she was a
famous.
she was a social media influencer.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And somehow, I don't know how this all happened, but Elon Musk ended up, I guess, spending some time with her. And apparently she got pregnant, and she told him that she got pregnant. So he, according to him, without doing a paternity test, gave her $2.5 million and said he would give her $500,000 a year or something like that. But then she started going to the press and talking about him and their relationship and I don't know what. And I'm not quite sure what happened, but this week she went and she did this thing where she was being filmed that she's selling her Tesla, which he gave her. And she's like, I have to sell this Tesla for $100,000 because my finances are, everything is so difficult and I have a son to raise. And really, if he gave her all this money, I don't know how difficult it would be. It's basically, it feels like she's just trying to get more money out of him. That's the feeling. What do you think, Professor?
It's just all so gross. I hate this like ridiculous drama around this stuff. It's so silly. She came out with these claims. It's been about a month now, where she came out basically on X saying, 5 months ago I welcomed my new baby into the world, and Elon Musk is the father. Just claims this out of thin air. Yes, there had been a relationship of some kind between the two of them at some point. But yeah, she started saying stuff like that. Yeah, she was selling off her Tesla, and she needed to be, her child support payments have been cut. But then, we saw earlier yesterday, I guess it was, that Musk was coming out saying basically like, I don't know if I'm the father or not, but let's find out. Like, let's do a paternity test and let's make sure. But he also claims to have given her over $2.5 million. And promised her $500,000 annually. So Like, none of this adds up.
Uh-huh.
It's all just so it's so
Well,
weird.
yeah.
Well, here she is in the part where she's selling her Tesla.
Well,
Listen, I'm still trying to figure out all of this, but it sounds like
that
even
sounds
if, let's say,
performative.
it sounds like even if she got pregnant, she told him if he gave her already millions, most people with millions of dollars would be happy, to raise their kid. But I guess she
selling it
isn't.
because I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
You feel like he was sort of like vindictive against you in some way?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi when women speak out.
When was the last time that you spoke to him or tried to speak to him?
February 13th?
That he's just not responding to you at all? How would you characterize sort of the way that he's going about
You can check the stocks. I am I'm not the only one
We won't
who's
get to
cleaning
that.
up after his messes.
We're not going to get to that.
This seems so stupid to me.
This is performative. I mean, this is purely performative. It's not that she doesn't need a car.
Yep.
I when I see stuff like this, I'm just going to go ahead and say both sides have plenty of dirty laundry. You don't get involved with Elon Musk because of his personality. I'm sorry.
No.
If he was giving her money and paying for an apartment, that somebody in chat said that he was paying for her apartment and whatnot and paying child support. He's not doing that because he's not the father or doesn't think he could be the father. So, I mean, they're both horrible people. Makes me want to shower.
Yeah.
So I guess this Laura Loomer lady wrote, gold digger and professional gaslighter Ashley St. Clair was caught on camera outside of a ritzy Manhattan, blah, 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 selling her $100,000 Tesla. She said she was gifted to her by Elon Musk during their romantic relationship. She said she's selling it to make up for $100,000 in alleged cuts to her child support. Okay, Ashley, as I reported, has hired anti-Trump lawyers to sue Elon Musk. He was ordered by the court to take a paternity test. And then Elon Musk said, I don't know if the child is mine or not, but I'm not against finding out. No court order is needed. Despite not knowing for sure, I have given Ashley $2.5 million and I'm sending her $500,000 a year.
Which isn't even pocket change to him, but
No.
okay.
Right. But you know what? For anybody else, that would be great. I mean,
Yeah. I'll take
that's
it.
like
Life-changing money for some people.
right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So she said, Elon, we asked you to confirm paternity through a test before our child, who you named, was even born. You refused, and you weren't sending me money. You were sending support for your child that you thought was necessary until you withdrew most of it to maintain control and punish me for disobedience. But you're really only punishing your son. It's ironic that your last effort in court was to try to gag me while you use a social media channel you literally own to distribute derogatory messages about me and our child to the entire world. It's all about control with you, and everyone can see it. America needs you to grow up, you petulant man-child.
Oh, she's fairly literate. I'll give her that. She's got
Mhm.
decent vocabulary.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if she has a bunch of lawyers working with her now,
Yeah,
who knows if she even wrote
yeah,
this?
of course. I'm kidding, but
Yeah, and there's ChatGPT too. So
Right. No, I mean, listen, maybe she's a professor and she's really smart, but who knows?
Mhm.
Laura Loomer, Ashley, you don't need $3 million to raise a baby. This is so outrageous that you had sex without birth control. You seem to have
whoa.
plotted for many years how to get Elon Musk to knock you up, and now you're complaining because you want more money for a baby. In what world does it cost more than $500,000 a year to raise a baby? Not to mention you were making over $25,000 a month on X payouts. How does one person need that much money to survive? This is an insult to everyone. You are trying to cash out on a billionaire who you baby
That
trapped.
sounds very personal. That must be someone that she knows.
Well, that's Laura Loomer. She's another
Influencer.
another right wing
Oh.
influencer. I'm sure they probably have a beef of some kind.
Probably. Yeah. So I guess a lot of people were talking about a lot of weird stuff. But at the end of the day, like you guys said, all of this is just like a drop in the water for Elon Musk. She gives her a few million here, a few million there. It's not really going to make a big deal for him in the big picture, at least not at the moment. He does sure have a lot of kids.
He has been with a lot of women.
14 children, I think, at this point, we think, or 13.
Wow.
I'm
seems
kind
like
of
enough.
curious as to why he wants. I mean, I know he wants to populate the earth and stuff, but I didn't think he meant it literally himself.
Let's see, 3 with singer Grimes, multiple children with Justine Wilson, and with Siobhan Zillis, an executive at one of his companies. So
Also kind of a strange situation.
So weird.
You know, I thought that these days they actually don't. You know, if somebody's working for you, you don't really. You know.
Well, this is Elon Musk we're talking about.
I guess so. I at least hope for him that he didn't have anything with Amber Heard, because she had a baby at some point, and I sincerely hope for him, because she is just, to me, seems bonkers.
Oh, absolutely. Total weirdo.
But I feel like if he was the father, she'd be talking about it all day and all night, Amber Heard. So
you'd think. But
I don't know. The idea of Elon Musk's sex life gives me the chills. I don't like imagining it. I don't know.
No, but what you learn is that, like, being very wealthy actually, like, it assists you in that department. I mean, assists you, and maybe is also, like, you know, it has its advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, I think we could all sort of gather what's going on here with these types of people. You know, this is not about true love or anything.
No. I think also when you're like the richest person in the world, you're not even thinking of that. You just want a bunch of ladies. You have to write a few checks. You don't write a few checks. You just want ladies that look nice. It's better. I think it's still better to choose, like, you know, even if that's your strategy, don't go for the craziest ones. He always, like, I mean, a guy that
Apparently
has,
he likes it. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess he likes the women that are kind of crazy.
That's, that's kind of I think should be a standing rule, is to not put it in crazy, but apparently that's his thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Wait, Elizabeth Quinn says Amber's baby girl is Elon's. Charles Lindbergh also wanted to populate the earth, even went to Germany after World War II to help repopulate. I don't know if it is his or not. If it is, she hasn't said it, which would be strange because it seems like the exact thing that she would like to talk about.
I do remember some people talking about that, basically saying that, like, the timing, like, if you look at the timing of when she was spending time with different people, like, it would make sense that it was his. But that's never been anything that she's publicly discussed. So either they came to an agreement and she's totally cool with it, and, you know, she's accepting the, you know, whatever payment Elon's offering, and she's fine with that, and is ready to just move on with her life and raise the kid, or you know, who knows.
Yeah, hard to tell with Amber Heard. I don't know. I think it's surprising that Elon even, you know, wanted to be with her to begin with. Like, Amber Heard is really nutty. Poker Ace says he paid for part of Amber's legal bills. I don't know. Nothing will surprise me, but I feel like his kryptonite is, there's a few kryptonites, but is a very big kryptonite of his is, you know, some of these ladies that he, I mean, I understand some of them looked okay, and that's fine, but man, you know, there's women that look okay that must be out there somewhere that wouldn't give you this type of drama.
You'd think.
I think that Elon views himself as someone who can get out of anything, and the rules don't necessarily apply to him. So I don't think that he is the
To be
sturdiest moral foundation, ethical foundation when it comes to relationships. He can pretty much buy his way out of anything. So
to be fair, when it comes to like, getting a bunch of ladies pregnant, he can buy himself out of that. There's maybe things in the world that you say, oh, it's not right that he can buy himself out of this. But if you have money and you get a bunch of ladies pregnant and you could just give them money, I guess he can do that.
well, clearly he likes it raw. So
I guess he's doing what he enjoys.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Quinn says Amber even got a Tesla truck. I didn't know that. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. Tim Hayes, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. There is an oh boy thing. I need to add more of those icons because the icons are more for the Quantum Leap show. And actually, there's a
Yeah.
lot of people here for the Night Owl. We need things. Remind me, Professor. I need to step up my game when it comes
Night
to
Owl,
Night Owl icons.
There, yeah. Oh yeah.
So we went over Elon's baby mama drama. What else do we have going on?
Let's see. I think we were going to talk a bit about the lovely and talented
John Boyega.
John Boyega.
Oh yeah,
man, is John Boyega annoying? I mean,
he just
such a hypocrite. But I'll let you guys. What do you guys? Just for those who don't know, John Boyega recently, the past few days, has spoken. I don't remember to what publication, where he started. Woe is me. Star Wars, the fans are distant foes. They don't like me because I'm black, or I don't know what.
Is he really
really
doing that
annoying.
now? Oh God.
Yeah, let me see. I could find one of the articles real quick.
Historically, that is not true. That is absolutely not true. What he's saying.
Oh no, of course. We know that's not true. But I don't remember John Boyega running this play before. I know he was fairly outspoken during the production of the sequels, but I don't remember him ever playing the racism game.
He did after the sequels. He was actually quite outspoken. He was blaming Disney for kind of shutting him down and not properly using the black actors and whatever. Yeah, here's article from Fandom Pulse from yesterday. I can share this here. Or do I have the entertainment? I think it was an Entertainment Weekly thing. Yeah, here, let's pull that up. If it will let me.
Let's go to the
You
video.
share it? Okay.
Yeah, here we go. So it's coming out saying that Star Wars fans have been saying all sorts of stuff about him as a black actor and whatever. He is sick of prejudiced Star Wars fans. The actor behind ex-Stormtrooper Finn railed against viewers of the sci-fi saga who can't accept diverse casting during an appearance in the new documentary #1 on the call sheet, Black Leading Men in Hollywood. Okay. Let me tell you, Star Wars always had the vibe of being in the most whitest elite space. It's a franchise that's so white that a black person existing in it was something. Curious, since I seem to remember even from my time as a child, everybody loved Lando Calrissian.
I'm reading ahead. That's why I'm gasping.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
You
Yeah,
can always
I've
tell
already
us something
I've already
when
seen this video, right? So I know the other stuff that he has to say.
Some Star Wars fans try to say, well, we had Lando and Samuel L. Jackson. It's like telling me how many cookie chips are in the cookie dough. Oh my God, this is sad. This is rough.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic. You know what? It's just ridiculous. I feel like first of all, I don't know what I don't know where he's getting this. I feel
What does
like
he hope
he's
to
just
accomplish with this?
he's crying for attention is what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
Uh,
He must have. I mean, he has watched the last 10 years of media backlash against this playbook. Why do
yeah,
this
went
now?
on to criticize fans' inability to accept black actors in leading roles. They're okay with us playing the best friend, but once you touch their heroes, once we lead, once we trailblaze, it's like, oh my God, that's a bit too much. They're pandering. Uh, okay, I have said this repeatedly. I'm certain John Boyega is listening. I think the sequel trilogy would have been much better if he were the lead character, not Ray.
But
I
that's
have
what
always said.
everybody's been saying. That's what
I have.
everybody's been saying for years. That's what's so annoying is
I
that
have
this
always
guy.
said that Ray should have had Finn's backstory. Ray should have been a trooper that couldn't adjust and come to terms with or learn to accept that she was force sensitive. You could have put these two characters in one role.
Yeah. Or there's no reason you couldn't have had two people who discovered that they had a connection to the Force. They didn't know was there before. They had different backstories. They had different places that they came from. They were just trying to discover who they were in this new order, trying to discover who what it meant to be a Jedi, what it meant to be a hero. He was screwed over. I mean, whichever story, whichever direction they went with it, the reality
He
is that
got
John
screwed.
Boyega was screwed over by
He
both
got
J.J.
screwed.
Abrams and
And
Ryan Johnson
And
he
Ryan
got
Johnson, yeah.
paid.
and KK,
And he got
right?
paid. So
But he
shut
got
the
paid.
fuck up. Yeah.
Well, I
Sorry.
wanted to show you this. This is something that I tweeted a year ago. And then there's other exhibit B and C and D of stuff that I interacted actually with John Boyega once. We'll get back to that. Many people seem to forget this, but John Boyega and his character Finn were mostly well received after The Force Awakens. As seen in this video, it was Ryan Johnson who ruined Finn's career in The Last Jedi, something Boyega himself has acknowledged in a 2022 GQ interview. We'll get to that in a second. This is a video where they showed this screening in New York City, and John Boyega, arrived just, kind of to surprise people at the end of the screening. This was the vibe after The Force Awakens that people forget now because of all those other crappy movies. Initially, when the Force Awakens came out, the movie, even though we know that it was kind of a not as a good movie because they had no plan,
Yeah.
but at the time, like there was a lot of goodwill, and this is the reaction he got.
But it was all cheers in New York, where John Boyega, a.k.a. Finn, surprised moviegoers, dropping by unexpectedly at different theaters around the city.
I just wanted to pop by. I was in the area. May the Force be with you.
Help, I'm being oppressed.
Yes.
Right. I mean, the
Yes.
thing is, he went from theater to theater that weekend, and every place that he went at the end of the movie, he got like a standing ovation. Everybody wanted to shake his hand. And I've seen a lot of videos like this from like the different locations. He got nothing but like a warm reception, and it's not just from people that are certain, skin color or anything like that. Anybody that saw him was like super excited. I think that most people thought that he was the best part of that movie. And really, what derailed the character was how he got ruined in The Last Jedi. And then what happened was, and I think I posted this. Can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
So I wrote, remember that time John Boyega criticized Disney for sidelining his character in The Last Jedi? That's from yesterday. What I say to Disney is, do not market a black character as important and then push them aside. So really, his criticism here was towards Disney, which was the right thing, not towards fans, which he didn't seem to be accusing. And another thing that nobody's talking about here, I don't have the articles, but I remember seeing interviews and or different articles. He initially said this stuff, then some lawyers got in touch with him, and the next time you saw him interview very quickly somewhere else, he backtracked, did a complete 180. He said that he spoke with Kathleen Kennedy and they're on the same page about diversity or who knows what. And it seemed to me like lawyers called him and said, listen, you gotta shut up now, and you just say you're sorry, backtrack, do it now. And he did it. But at least even at that time, he didn't attack the fans. The fact that he's going after fans now, that's really disappointing.
It's not just disappointing. It's a dumb play. Like he knows better than this. Like I mean, okay, you spent all your money. I get it. You got treated unfairly by Disney. I get that. But the people that paid your salary are not the problem here. Again. I don't know. I'm so frustrated with the whole racism in Star Wars thing. I was there. I saw the original movie in the theaters. I saw the whole original trilogy in the theaters. I go back and I look at footage from the Empire Strikes Back or whatever showing in theaters, and there is a very mixed audience in line. A very mixed audience in line. Nobody ever had a problem with racism in Star Wars until Disney decided it was a problem. At all. And I'm even more irritated that these people up on the tower are telling us that we're not able to relate to characters on screen unless they look like us. Shit drives me mad. I'm sorry, Sean. But it really does just make me insane. Like if you don't have a frontal cortex, maybe you can't put yourself in another character's shoes that doesn't look like you. It's all maddening. All of this stuff is just it's made up rage. It's just insane. And to see John Boyega put his chips down on this table is just it's ridiculous, man.
Well, there's a few interesting things here. Basically, John Boyega and this is in 2019, I believe. Okay, this is before the release of The Rise of Skywalker. So there was something that says like the Finn, and he puts his picture, and somebody wrote, "I'm not a fan of 7 or 8, but I liked your character from the start. Really wish they developed it more, and didn't completely waste him in 8." And then John Boyega said, "I hear you. Give it a shot, episode 9. I was really adamant on more Finn involvement. Hopefully you like it." And I thought that at the time that was a respectful response. Because don't forget, at the time, anybody that was saying anything negative was like an istinophobe. You know what I mean? So I thought that was nice. He was actually engaging with fans and saying that. And I said, this was my comment. I said, say what you want about the Star Wars sequel trilogy, but it's hard not to respect John Boyega. Here's a Star Wars fan that criticized episode 7 and 8, and I think John responded to him both fairly and candidly at John Boyega, and I was kind of giving him a tip of the hat. So Tugs, if you know her, responded here. They clearly did film Finn dirty. He has the most interesting backstory of all the new characters, and they decided to push him to the side. Look at the push him to the side. This actually came before that comment that he made later to GQ. Just interesting. Push him to the side instead. It sucks. And then what happened, and this is the most interesting part, there was a post here. Can you see this thing that I'm highlighting? This was a post from John Boyega that has been disappeared. And I think that he wrote, if I remember correctly, because this was kind of a big deal at the time that we were talking to him, I think that he wrote something like, "I didn't know that people felt this way." And then he kind of, and he seemed like sad. I don't know if it was like a sad emoji or something like that. And then I wrote, "John, the media has promoted a narrative that fans didn't enjoy The Last Jedi, that the fans that didn't enjoy The Last Jedi are bad people. In reality, most fans like you and had the most
felt like
you. I don't know. I probably could have written this better. Felt like you had the most interesting storyline in The Force Awakens, but your character was downgraded and sidelined in The Last Jedi. You deserved better." And Tug said, "Definitely deserved better." And I wrote, "Agreed." And he was here. It's just that somehow he's gone. I guess he shut down his Twitter. So I don't know exactly. This is my memory. He said, "I didn't know that people felt this way." But the reason why this is actually an interesting conversation, it's 100% different than what we see here. And I wanted to talk about it because I remember it's not like all day I interact with like people online that are like quote unquote celebrities or whatever. So the fact that in this case there was like an interaction, like, with a few people from our corner of the internet kind of going back and forth with him, I thought that was interesting. And it's too bad that he deleted it, because it would have told a very different story than the one he told today to the press.
This is it seems like a weird about face. It really does. I don't know if a publicist is doing this on his behalf or what, but it's a bad move.
Well, I think that it's a desperate move. I guess some of these actors, what happens to them is that, they suddenly roles dry up or things happen or things don't happen and they start getting like, bitter. And maybe even a publicist told him, you want to get it good with studios like Disney, you want to be called for more projects again. Why don't you go out and blame the fans? Make sure people know that Disney were on the up and up, which is not what he said until that Kathleen Kennedy thing that he suddenly backtracked. For years, it was pretty clear that he was upset at the studio. Suddenly, like, it got shifted to the fans, and maybe he thought he thought that this would be a way of him getting additional gigs or something. I don't know.
It feels like a management choice because, like, Disney are the only ones who don't know that their shit doesn't work. Like, they just keep doubling down and doubling down. But, like,
What,
Go
what
ahead.
kind of movies? What kind of movies has he been in recently? Let's try to find it.
Oh
I'm
gosh.
guessing none.
It hasn't been much.
Sounds like
Right, but
none.
let's see. I want to try to understand because that would be the easiest, conclusion. Let's see, John Boyega, what he's been working on.
I mean, Daisy's gotten a little bit of work, but it's been in terrible movies.
Even the
Cleaner.
work that she got, I'm really surprised. But yeah. Okay.
Cleaner and the Orient Express remake, which is horrifying.
Oh gosh.
Well, let's see what he got. So I'm sharing this tab. Can you see it?
Yep.
So basically, the last movie that came out that seemingly he was in 2023. Then he was in The Woman King in 2022. Not exactly the best movie. He was, in a movie called Breaking in 2022. In 2021, he did get a movie, and I guess one of them was maybe a TV show of sorts. But I mean, I guess if you take into consideration that Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker came out in 2019, he's been in one. That's a series. It's a podcast series. Forget about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess from The Rise of Skywalker, which is 2019, he's been in five projects.
I didn't know you could get a credit for a podcast appearance.
I didn't know either, but the fact that he's even listed here and this is what we see, it almost makes me feel like, somebody wanted to beef up his resume. It says upcoming. Let's see what he's got.
Sure.
He got, which, just so you know, that usually you don't even see the upcoming. You know what I mean? Like, upcoming is stuff that sometimes, you don't even know if anything's going to happen with it. So he's something called the
Right.
freshening and pre-production. I don't know what that is. Attack the Block 2, pre-production. That I know what it is.
That's probably been a pre-production for years.
Right. I mean, the first movie is the one that kind of put him on the map,
Yeah.
or helped his career. I've never seen that Attack the Block movie, but I understand that that's what kind of was kind of a business card for him to get roles in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And supposedly he was good in that. Attack the Block 2, they've been talking about it, like you said, years and years and years. This
Since Attack
pre-production
the
could
Block.
go on for many, many years. Otis and Zelma, Otis Redding pre-production.
I would like to see him try and do Otis Redding if that's what that is. If it
Yeah,
is
I
what
mean, I don't think he can sing like Otis Redding, so I guess they're going to use
No.
the playback. They'll have to use the real Otis, which I don't mind, but there's no way. I don't think John Boyega can pull off the singing of Otis Redding. But in any case, these three things are not things that I've heard a lot about. I don't know what their status is, and I think that with IMDb, usually they don't put upcoming. Usually, the only time they put upcoming, in my opinion, is if your management goes inside and says, let's put a few upcoming here to show that he's doing something. Really, it's 2025. There isn't an immediate movie coming out with him, and the last thing he did was in 2023 called They Cloned Tyrone, and that was the only movie he made that year.
Yeah, I heard about that one. Yeah.
So
and
I
we're
guess
all huge fans of They Cloned
Yeah,
Tyrone.
everyone loved that one.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is that he in no way has not conquered Hollywood since that those appearances in the Star Wars trilogy. And I think that either he's being put up to it, kiss up to the studio, blame the fans, and maybe they'll give you a job. That's my first guess if I had to guess. The other thing is that maybe over time his own view as he's become bitter, he's now just blaming everybody and blaming the fans. because like this career isn't working out for him the way he thought it would. At one moment in time when that Force Awakens came out, he was a hot name. Like it looked like the future was bright for him.
Well, also think about what has he turned down, because he's getting more offers than that. There's someone at Blumhouse or A24 that would love to get him for scale, right? But he's turned it down for whatever reasons, for creative reasons, financial reasons, whatever. I mean, those three nebulous upcoming projects can't be the only thing he's been offered. I don't believe that either. Sometimes you just gotta swallow it and do the work.
I mean, yeah. I mean, sometimes I'll tell you. I want to. You know what? I'll say it now. I've said it before that there was a time in my life that I did some bookings. When it came to artists and things like that, and I had a few instances where you had an artist that was maybe popular a few decades earlier, super popular. There was a point in time where that person was like at the top of the world. You know what I mean? And at the time that I would maybe book them, they were not at the top of the world. And most of them, just like what you just said, Adam, they'd realized that they had gone through a process. There was, I'm sure, a point where they were at the top of the world, then the crash down, then the part that they're like, oh no, what's happened to us, and we're bitter and all that. And then this kind of point where they're like, you know what? People still are willing to pay us money, even to do our hit, even to do something that was relevant 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, or 20 years ago. People are still willing to pay us money, and we can do it. They may not get the kind of money that they used to get. Maybe they're getting like, sometimes modest money, but you know what? They can make a living off of something they've done. And I've seen that like some of these older artists or whatever that have been through this up and down, those are usually people that were a little more real and nice. Some of those people that I met actually, like, I had a good rapport with. You'd be surprised, you go up, you go down, especially if you're not like also like Michael Jackson or well, he also didn't end well, but you know what I'm trying to say? Like if you're
I think it's a little more apparent in the music world. It's an easy target to like make fun of Foghat or 38 Special playing the county fair every year or whatever, but on a realistic level, I would in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? They have the privilege of one, still having a fan base that appreciates them, and two, getting paid to do pretty easy freaking work. It being on stage or being in front of a camera is a skill and a talent, but it is not the same as humping boxes all day.
Nope.
So it's kind of a funny punchline to poke fun at people that have had their peak and fallen or whatever. But if you have the privilege to keep working, I mean, I would do crap movies for the rest of my life if I already had a couple of great ones under my belt, like, and I wouldn't be crying about it on social media. Like, I think that's you're still in a much better position than the average person, and it's just this weird narcissism thing, man.
And I'm going to say something that maybe now this is going to be very controversial. When all that stuff like the Summer of Love went out, he went out with his like bullhorn and went, or I don't know what, he was yelling and talking and I don't know what. Now I'm not trying to dismiss how he felt about it or didn't feel about it, but I think that like I've said this before, more so about Ray Fisher, that a lot of times studios, will go out and say, we love it when a guy speaks out. It's important, to call out things. And he also was on that role, like John Boyega at the time. He's calling out, like, hypocrisy in Hollywood. He was showing support for, like, Ray Fisher. All this stuff was happening, and he was kind of being vocal about it. And at the time, Lucasfilm put out a statement and said, we love John Boyega. We're so excited about the things he's saying. But the truth is, they hit his, posters in China and ruined his character because they're a bunch of dicks. So apparently they didn't love him that much. And at the same time, it's not like that thing that even though it's seemingly everybody embraced him, it didn't seem to open a million doors for him. I would say something else, and this I said about Ray Fisher. Ray Fisher at that moment when he did that, and I'm so happy because so many times I'm like, my analysis is immediately correct. I said, like, nobody will ever hire Ray Fisher again. And the reason why I said it doesn't matter what experiences he went through. What matters is that there were ways to, cause a stink and leverage things to his favor, Ray Fisher, in a way that he would have benefited him. But instead, like, he kept saying, I need to tell the public about this, accountability over entertainment. But at the end of the day, most studios, they don't want troublemaker. Like, even Rachel Zegler now, they don't like that. It's not that they don't like woke stuff and all their weird agendas, but they don't like a guy that, like, is going off script. You know what I mean? A guy that's sort of like against the system and exposing them and going off script, they don't like that.
No, they want ball players, and that's how directors get hired now by the major studios. It has nothing to do with creative vision. It's will this person, suck up and smile when we tell them we need a third reshoot? Or will they tackle a project that doesn't have a finished script? That's Sam Raimi in Multiverse of Madness. They hired a visionary and they treated him like a factory robot.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And
we do
by
have
the
we do
way-
have a super chat that we missed. Price, if you want to pull that up.
The Dead Man. Yeah, let me share this. F John Boyega. Let's see what the Dead Man is saying.
Screw him. It's fine.
So the Dead Man is saying, in vino veritas.
Wine life?
In the wine, truth.
Oh, truth.
Right.
Yeah, well, it sounds like John Boyega had a couple before he picked up his Twitter account.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's a shame, and the reason why also, like I was saying, there isn't a million celebrities that I actually had, like, an interaction with, like me and Tugs talking to John Boyega here. But everything he's saying now, that he deleted these tweets, and there were other tweets that I think I also can't find. Everything that he said then is just, it's like he deleted it, but it's also as if he deleted it from existence. Like, it's as if it never happened. And I don't know. I think that all of his bullhorning and complaining about Disney and complaining about his character, at the time, they kind of swept it under the carpet. He sort of said Kathleen Kennedy called him, and he suddenly somehow apologized. The truth is, they already put him on the shit list then. And him, like, embracing Ray Fisher and all that, he got put on shit list, in my opinion. Maybe what he's doing now, he's trying to, like, find his way back home, but I don't think that they're going to accept it. It doesn't work that way. And
he's doing all the wrong things right now.
The things that he should have done is, if at least he had a good relationship with fans, with moviegoers, and, like, they thought highly of him, maybe he could get something. But trying to throw... What'd you say?
I said bingo. I think if John Boyega was out at the bookshops, at the movie theaters, and video stores, and whatever. We don't have video stores anymore. But if he was out in public, shaking hands with the fans and thanking them as opposed to blaming them, I think that would go a lot further than crying in your own messy diaper.
True. I mean, I have to say this, though. I think that John Boyega went through a strange process. He started off, like, he's kind of like Frodo, like, with the ring. You know what I mean? Imagine, like, you're kind of, getting swept up. You're cast in this new Star Wars movie. It's hard to think about it now, but when The Force Awakens came out, that was a huge deal.
Sure.
And he, at that point, you didn't know they would ruin his character. He seemingly ends the movie rather heroic, and you think to yourself, wow, I like this character. Let's see what happens with him. You don't know that they're just going to humiliate him and, like, turn him into an idiot, like, the second movie starts. At that moment, for 2 years, there was, like, a huge buzz around him. He was getting these Pacific Rim movies and, like, these bigger movies and bigger paychecks. He had the ring. You know what I mean? He felt that rush of, like, I am on top of the world. And really, usually, historically, if you were in a Star Wars movie and you're going to be in the trilogy, yes, I know Hayden Christensen had some issues. Maybe it didn't work out historically for everybody. But I think that at that moment, there was momentum that he's thinking, this is it. You know what I mean? Like, nothing can go wrong, probably he's saying to himself. And then The Last Jedi comes out, and everything is not the same.
My precious.
This is him. That's what's happening now. He's Gollum. That's what's happening now. He's Gollum. That's exactly it.
You telling me I'm riding a horse on top of a Star Destroyer? Okay. All right.
Well, sure,
How
why
much?
not?
All right. You know. But yeah, but again, I mean, your character reveals itself in hard times, not in good times. So, if he's gonna
Mhm.
play this whole blaming the fans thing that has never worked ever for
Well,
any.
I was funny. I commented in Mr. H's chat earlier today when he was talking about this thing. Like, did he not get the memo that this whole race baiting thing is done? Like, Disney didn't
Yeah.
even try this for protecting, the Snow White movie. They could have been out there, but there were no like crying car videos of people claiming racism, and that's why
Sausage
people didn't want to
videos.
see Rachel Zegler and whatever. Like, we didn't get any of those, right? Like, they didn't even try.
Yeah, I don't know how far removed you have to be from the real world to make this play right now. I mean, it's been like 5 years of watching this play fail. I don't
Every
get it.
time.
I don't get it.
By the way, Rachel Zegler, did you see the developments? There have been developments in the past few hours that like I thought were kind of crazy. Not, there's crazier things that have happened in life, but they were kind of this was kind of like strange. Did you see what was going on? Does anybody know?
I don't know
Most
today's
recently, like
train
today,
wreck.
no.
No.
Yes. Today I'm talking about like the past several hours. There's been like another development. So basically, let me see if I can find this.
I know she's been going off the rails even further than usual, but
Give me 1 second. I got an interesting surprise for you guys.
Yeah.
I saw the video of her clapping at her own name at a screening.
Yeah, her in not her in an empty theater. That was the best part. It was just her and like two of her crew or whatever, two of her friends sitting
Her
watching the movie
entourage.
together. The rest of the theater is empty.
Oh man, that's
Hilarious.
painful. It's so painful.
If you had more in this article, you can show it. I don't know what this is. You can show more of this for a second.
Oh no, that's fine. I think I meant to close it. I was just looking just at some of the things that Boyega had said. This in particular, he was talking about how you mentioned the quote. Yeah, I would say Disney, don't bring out a black character, market them as in being important, and then sideline them. Right? I mean, and that is absolutely true. There's absolutely
Yeah.
nothing about that is wrong. He was speaking the truth there. That that was a bad idea. That was really bad. And he says, hey, you know what to do with those other people when it came to Marie Tran and John Boyega, F all. Well, I think he's getting a little bit of, moving into the racism again on that one in particular. But yeah, no, the just the optics of like, hey, here's this really important black character to Star Wars. And then he's just a joke. Well, just he's completely sidelined in the later films. So yeah, that was that was not good. It was not a good look for Disney. And honestly, again, I think he was a more interesting character. That the character of Finn was more interesting than Rey was.
It's the best origin story you could have pulled out of thin air. It's fantastic. That's why I thought it should have been Rey's backstory rather than duplicating Luke Skywalker. It would have been fascinating. I think you could mine that forever. A former stormtrooper who becomes aware that they're force sensitive and flips sides. I mean, my God, that's gold. Like just Disney had no plan. They didn't write an outline for the trilogy. Everyone knows it, and they just they missed
that was
the
the
easiest layup in history.
Yeah, that was
I
the
have to
biggest
step out and
issue.
step back in. You
Okay.
guys tell jokes for a second.
Yeah, that was the biggest issue by far with the sequels, was that they just did not have a plan in advance. They did not set down, here's the story. My understanding is that JJ had a rough outline, but
Yes.
when Ryan Johnson came in, they said, well, you take it or leave it.
Also, it's one thing if you want to discard Lucas's plans.
Yeah.
He handed them all kinds of paperwork with all of his ideas that he'd accumulated over the years. Whether they were great or not, we don't know. But to just dismiss all of the extra canon and everything out of hand, and then cherry pick little crap details without any kind of foresight, any kind of basic outline. These people make millions of dollars a year. I mean, I know high school students that are better organized. It's just insane.
Okay, so just so you understand, because this is a saga that's been going on for a few days now. First of all, earlier, the past few days, a few days ago, the son of the guy that directed the Snow White disaster, the director is Mark Platt, and I guess his son is called Jonah Platt. He said in some interview or something, he basically, or maybe somebody was writing something on his Instagram and he responded to him. He wrote a response and then deleted it. But unfortunately, on the internet, even when you delete something, you just can't kind of get rid of it,
Yep.
So what he said was somebody had, given him some crap about the movie, and then he wrote, okay. So some comment was asking something about his father in the movie, and then he wrote, "You really want to do this?" Because somebody said, "Oh, your father is creepy and uncalled for," something like that. So he wrote, "You really want to do this?" Yeah, my dad, the producer of enormous piece of Disney IP with hundreds of millions of dollars on the line, had to leave his family to fly across the country to reprimand his 20-year-old employee for dragging her personal politics into the middle of promoting the movie for which she signed a multi-million-dollar contract to get paid and do publicity for. This is called adult responsibility and accountability, and her actions clearly hurt the film's box office. Free speech does not mean you're allowed to say whatever you want in your private employment without repercussions. Tens of thousands of people worked on that film, and she hijacked the conversation for her own immature desires at the risk of all the colleagues and crew and blue-collar workers who depend on that movie to be successful. Narcissism is not something to be coddled or encouraged. Okay? Remember this sentence: narcissism is not something to be coddled or encouraged. Okay? You got it?
Yep.
Today, hours ago, Ariana DeBose, who starred together with Zegler in West Side Story, that Zegler always likes to remind people she was in. She never bothers to mention that it was like Spielberg's biggest flop, one of his biggest.
She has to keep reminding people she was in it because nobody went to see the goddamn.
Nobody
film.
wanted to see it. It's a huge flop for him. So then what happened was, and this is really interesting. I'm going to show you this now. Ariana DeBose posts something on Instagram, and what does she post? She posts like something that just has this quote that says, "Narcissism is not something to be coddled or encouraged." Remember what the Mark Platt guy said?
Yep.
Right.
Let me show you again. Narcissism is not something to be coddled or encouraged. Once she did that, people started that's it. People were like, well, she's throwing Zegler under the bus. That's wink, wink way of doing it. So then what happened was you had, let me find this. This gets really crazy. It starts off. I'm trying to find all this stuff. It started off that there was Variety wrote an article that she criticized her. But then Ariana DeBose suddenly says that she didn't know she was quoting the post accusing Rachel Zegler of narcissism.
Sure.
So she wrote, next time I'll be sure to clarify its origins.
I believe that 100%.
I mean, the thing is, it's not like she used like a sentence that was sort of similar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just out of the blue to do that sentence and use that exact quote. It's so specific. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's very specific. It's not a an old hat. That's not a that's
right.
Not a
it's not like
yeah.
It's not like she wrote, "Don't count your chickens before they're hatched," and somebody said, "Hey, do you know that the origin of that sentence is that somebody really terrible said it?" I mean, even then, what are you going to do? But there's some kind of evil origin to that sentence. She's like, you know what? I didn't know where that sentence came from. I'll never say that. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched again. But this is he literally said it's 72 hours ago or something. This is not something that you could pretend that you didn't know where the origin was from. There's really nowhere else it could be. Not even one word is different. So she writes, Ariana DeBose, I post quotes all the time and thought this one was meaningful. Will fully cop to the fact I did not do any research on where this quote came from, nor did I know of the connection until it was pointed out to me. Come on. If that is true, you're the dumbest idiot, but I don't think you are. Like, even if she was dumb, she couldn't have come up with it. It is so specific. I have no intention of inserting myself into a news cycle. You totally inserted yourself. That is exactly what you did. This is not the first time I've posted about dealing with narcissism, and it probably won't be the last. But next time, I'll be sure to clarify its origins first. So what's the origin? Where'd you get this sentence? That's the exact same sentence as the other guy. And the thing is, the other guy wasn't quoting. It's not like it's like Nietzsche or something and he was quoting him. This is like a guy said like his thoughts and she quoted the guy exactly. I don't know. DeBose stirred speculation when she seemingly took aim at Zegler by resharing a viral quote made by Jonah Platt, blah, blah, blah. In a since deleted Instagram post, yeah, it's good that I screen captured it. DeBose quoted the final line of Jonah Platt's original post. Narcissism is not something to be coddled or encouraged. Imposed over a bouquet of flowers. The post was taken down shortly after with DeBose sharing a new statement. This is just basically her people. I think that either her people or Disney or both of them together just told her, we don't need more shit from you now. Just take down the post. And she took it down and said this dumb crap and nobody believes it. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. Like, there's things that you could say, well, I like to give, I like to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. There's no benefit of the doubt here. This is 99.999% that she saw the quote and quoted it. I give just like the strangest coincidence in the world, 0.001% that she's telling the truth.
It's not even a sentence that would get stuck in your head.
No.
You would forget where you saw it and then just spit it out on social media. I mean, this is a message, clearly.
Absolutely. And then I'm trying to see for a second. Hold on one second. This is something interesting. It says Ariana DeBose won't star in Evita in London due to scheduling. Now, this now seems very different than it did back then. She was supposed to star theoretically in Evita, and this was announced in January 29th, 2025. Who ended up getting that role or being in that thing? Rachel Zegler.
Mm-hmm.
Is this related to the penis to vagina actress at all? Maybe I'm crossing my streams here.
Ariana DeBose isn't a penis vagina actor. She's just a regular. I don't even know what I'm saying. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, carry on.
She's a natural born woman or whatever. I don't know what the term is. You can fill it out with whatever you want. I don't know what the PC thing is. She was born a woman with woman parts. If that's what you were wondering, Adam Gray.
Let it go. We'll move on.
I do not that this, and of course not that there's anything wrong with it, and it's totally irrelevant here. I do think that she's into ladies, but that is not the same thing as the lady parts and parts, whatever.
Mhm.
But we'll move on. The Oscar winner was in talks to star in Jamie Lloyd's revival of Evita at the London Palladium, but sources tell me things didn't work out due to scheduling. And then at the end, somehow it ended up that Zegler was cast there. Although, to be honest, I guess I don't really see. I don't know. Ariana DeBose, I don't know if she would have been a great Evita. I actually don't think I don't think Rachel Zegler is going to be a great one either. But
not sure that she can be a great anything, honestly. But
yeah, and while she hosted the Tonys for 3 consecutive years, beginning in 2022, she told me in October she won't be back for this year's ceremony. Blah blah blah. It doesn't even mention in this one that Zegler is going to be the one, but yeah. Interesting that they were both up for the same role and it ended up Zegler. I'm not saying that Zegler took it away from her, but I wonder also flowers. Where do you give somebody flowers? In the theater, right?
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? In the theater, you give them some stupid flowers? That's not like a... You get what I'm trying to say here? Like, I felt this is my interpretation. I'm a good detective. I'm a really darn good detective. I feel like if I had to analyze this, this is like, hey, bitch, you wanted to be Evita? Hey, what's up? That's what this post was.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I needed it spelled out for me. I'm still stuck in the whole peeny to giny thing. But yeah. No, I think you're right, Price.
This is a scoop. This is a worldwide exclusive here on Price of Reason Live. I'm here with Professor R2 and with Adam Gray, and we just uncovered a major international story. So you heard it here first. The flowers have something to do with Evita and Rachel Zegler being on stage. Because why would you give her flowers? It's totally a theater thing.
Yes. Agreed.
So I'm going to deduce that they were both up for the role. The role went to Zegler. Maybe initially they wanted to give it to Ariana DeBose, and Zegler wasn't showing interest. Maybe Zegler heard that Ariana DeBose was like almost a lock for it, and she and her people stepped in and said, "Why are you going with her? We have like the new Snow White, and she's the darling of the town. Why don't you give her the thing?" And somehow maybe she snatched it away from her. Speculating here, don't know. This would be my best guess.
No, it's interesting. I think you're onto it.
I've impressed you, Adam Gray. I know I have.
You impressed me a long time ago, sir.
Six says I'm overthinking it. I don't think so. I don't think I'm overthinking it. That is this lady. She then pretended that she just wrote this sentence and it was like something she remembered. She absolutely used that quote. Why would she put it over flowers? She could have put it over anything.
Roses specifically.
This looks like the type of bouquet that you give like an actor on stage. And these are ladies that came from a theater background. This absolutely feels like this.
Yeah, it does feel like they're speaking the internal language there. I agree.
Six says, you're right, flowers are only attributed to Broadway. I even managed Women Love Flowers. You know, I don't know if that's like if you now I've impressed you and you're on my side, or it's like a cynical thing. But I'll tell you this: it's true that women love flowers. I'm just saying that in this context, with this quote and both of them being up for Evita, it kind of feels like a dig of like there's additional meaning to it. Like it really she relished these flowers and putting this thing there. That's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's a lot of sort of theatrical grandstanding in the story of Evita as well. So I don't think you're off base at all, Bryce.
That's my my idea. Tim Hayes says no penis to vagina musical. I don't even know. Were you thinking that she was like
I got very confused with a couple of different names and a couple of different gossip threads.
So Ariana DeBose, you thought she was somebody that was born one way and then happened to be another way?
Who is the woman that looks like Nosferatu that was in Wicked?
Cynthia Erivo.
Oh, she was out there blabbing her mouth off today too.
I think, yeah, I got my wires crossed with her.
What did she say today? You can share that. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, she was at a GLAAD event and was just talking about how the society having, sort of turned its back more now on trans ideology, gender ideology, whatever, has made her life so difficult. And she just struggles so hard to live her life day to day because we haven't all totally accepted gender ideology. So yeah, it's just so tough for her.
Man, I'm gonna skip work tomorrow and support.
Yeah, she doesn't make millions of dollars, making all these movies and stuff like that, walking around looking like some sort of vampire.
She probably hasn't cooked her own food in 5 years, honestly.
Probably not.
These people just live in the most obscene bubble. I can't even.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Six says, I bet she was tagged in it and she liked the quote and shared it. You know what? I just don't think that's the case. It's on Instagram. Who are you going to tag on Instagram? Somebody tagged her? I don't know. It's not like I didn't see posts of people quoting that, you know what I mean? That's something that he said in an article, but it wasn't the kind of thing that you, like, turn into, like, a meme, you know what I mean? He just said it in an article, people knew that he said it. I hadn't seen it anywhere without attributing to who said it and why. And being a woman who worked with, Zegler, and now sort of they were eyeing the same role, there's no way she didn't read that thing. There's no way she didn't read those articles with that guy's quote.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm quite certain that she didn't think people would recognize that what she was saying was sort of backhanded insult. They were just
It
gonna
it
look at it and go, thumbs up, hearts,
it
yay.
feels very Mean Girls. It definitely feels like a
Has a Mean
sideways
Girls
jab.
vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does.
Maybe Ariana DeBose just thought that, like, people wouldn't notice, or she thought that they would know as she just played dumb, and that's what she did. Or she just, like, did it because she was annoyed, and her publicist and managers and everybody said, Take it down and say you're like, you do some kind of excuse, and just make sure that it's not you being petty, because that'll be bad for you."
I think she thought she was being very clever.
I think she thought she was the most clever Ariana DeBose in the room, and she ended up not as clever as she thought. That is a good explanation for it.
She ended up not being the most clever Ariana DeBose.
No, but you know what? I don't hate her. You know what I mean? Like, Zegler is annoying. Like, Zegler seems to get that reaction out of people. Don't forget, we saw Zegler and her annoying vibe, and that's how, like, the whole world felt about her. These people had to work with her. I'm sure she's super annoying. Like, I feel
Oh,
like all
yeah.
these people, she comes off as so disingenuous and annoying in everything that they film her. They film her talking to a kid, like in a photo op. She seems like irritating, like, and annoying. In every situation she's in, she seems like a complete phony. It's almost like she has a gift.
Yeah, I don't think enough time is given to the fact that she was plucked from nowhere. She was what, a YouTube singer or something like that?
Who,
She
Zegler? Maybe some
Yeah,
YouTube
Zegler.
too. Mainly the whole thing was that Steven Spielberg was looking for, like, people to cast in his West Side Story movie,
Which
and
which is a worthy, sort of cause to try and find an unknown. I applaud that
right.
100%. But she has never lived in the real world. Not
No,
for a
I mean,
second.
first of all, there's a few things that are disingenuous in the way she's presented in the press. First of all, she's half Latina and half Polish, and the other thing is, she wasn't raised, even though she tries to make it seem like who knows what. She wasn't raised in some weird poverty situation. They had money from a young age. They sent her to all this theater stuff. She went and performed, I think, on stage and in
Right.
shows and whatever. And that's part of, unfortunately, a lot of people that come from that kind of stage background, they
Mhm.
are just a bit snooty.
Well,
Now, in her, what'd you
she
say?
smells like a beige Brie Larson. She's never had to deal with the real world. She's homeschooled.
Mhm.
She got plucked off of social media and given $1 million out of nowhere. She has no idea how to conduct herself in the real world.
No, and the thing is that I've actually met in my life some people that did theater and things like that, and they were snooty. But here's the problem: is that for her, it's like that snooty angle that sometimes you can overcome. Maybe they're just mildly annoying, but you could still overcome it. The problem with her is that the whole Gen Z, I'm a victim because of, like, my heritage. Uh, I say that, you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that, like, people with certain heritage never went through challenges or hardships or things like that, but I'm talking about this kind of generation that almost just uses it as like a tool, or I don't really know what I'm looking to say, but you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
It's like she was never in a situation that she lived, like, in some garbage can and she had to, like, tough it out. She had, like, a
no.
very, very, like, cushy and wonderful, with all the things that, very, very good upbringing in terms of, like, the things she had, the advantages she had, and all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, her with the self-entitled, the douchey thing, Gen Z, the victimhood. It's just like a perfect storm of crap, and that's how we got Rachel Zegler. Uh,
Yeah,
Why?
I never, I honestly never.
Entitled, yeah, Adam Gray, Entitled.
Yeah,
Spoiled.
I never wanted to be the old guy yelling from the porch, but like I can't help it. Like these people are are just basically insane. They're just all running around like they have no clue how to properly interact with other human beings, how to be humble, how to be polite, how to be grateful for all the opportunities that they've been given. It's baffling to me.
Well, let's
Sorry.
just start it with part of this is she's a Zoomer. Okay.
Yeah.
She's lived her entire life on social media since she was a little kid. She's been on social media, right? So
Right.
it's and she's gone from one thing to another, being the belle of the ball. She's living this absolutely privileged life where she moves from one little musical to another, and then she posts some videos of herself on Twitter singing some songs from West Side Story to get Steven Spielberg's attention. And she ends up getting the role. And then she's thrown all sorts of things, awards for best young performer, best new face, Critics' Choices Awards, stuff like that, for a movie that was a failure.
Yeah, it was a
Right?
disaster.
And and so it's ridiculous. She's just got like many in a particular generation, a very unearned sense of success and entitlement that they have in their
we're
lives.
beyond participation trophies now. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, this girl wouldn't last an hour on one of my 27-hour shifts. I mean, it's just baffling to me how clueless they are. The world lands at their feet, and all they can do is complain. I'm sorry.
What I
I'm
wanted,
feeling very cranky old man right now, guys.
No, it's okay, man. Don't worry about it. What I wanted to discuss here is that I guess Six sent me this this link. She said, "Look, the flowers come from here." Even if the flowers did come from there, it doesn't change my views. I stand by what I said. It's I guess there's something about the bouquet that maybe she was suggesting it's not for the stage. I'm not saying it needs to be for the stage. All I'm saying is that a lot of times in these kind of shows, you get flowers. That's a big thing in like Broadway shows
You
and
get
things like that.
roses
The flowers
specifically,
is like an important stupid thing. Sorry, not stupid. I sound like a jerk. A kind of stupid thing that, yeah, fine, fuck it. Sorry, Sean. It's a stupid thing they do at the end. Sorry to both of you too. It's a late hour. In any case, what happened was that this to me looks like the type of flowers that you get at the end of the show. Yes, maybe this photographer had to set it up a certain way or do whatever. It doesn't change what I think. Flowers, along with that comment that was specifically Mark Platt, Jonah Platt, whatever his name is. Yes, it could be that somebody tagged her and she loved the sentence. That just doesn't feel right to me. Doesn't feel right. That's just my personal opinion.
I'm guessing if you hit Google and just hit bouquet of flowers or bouquet of roses, that will come right up.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm not taking away from Six. It certainly came from here, but I don't think that changes, I don't think that changes my opinion here. I feel like I am sticking with my story on this. The fact that she's like, I didn't want to appear in Evita because of scheduling conflicts, all of that stinks. Every bit of that whole situation felt weird to me. If this was an NCIS and we're looking for like, a suspect, this is it.
I think there is a certain amount of theater language being used here, Price. I don't think you're wrong at all.
I don't think so either. I feel like this is it. And theater people are very competitive. Theater is like a different vibe than what goes on in Hollywood. So I don't know. And don't forget that from when that West Side Story came out, there was a bit of a probably rivalry, especially knowing how Zegler behaves. Because Zegler was supposed to be the one, like she really wanted to get an Oscar and all this stuff. But I think that the one that was getting more accolades was actually DeBose. I think she won an Oscar, didn't she?
She did win an Oscar, yeah.
So that's back to the thing that I'm telling you. There's a rivalry. They
It
were both
definitely feels like some Mean Girls crap going on.
Mean
Like
Girls.
It
They were
does.
both. This was their breakout role. Never mind. So like the movie flopped. So Rachel Zegler got the Golden Globe, which isn't that important. And that year they didn't even have a ceremony. They just kind of told people in an email she won or something. So she didn't even really go to a ceremony or get anything. Plus the Golden Globes, like people care about it less. And that year that they didn't even have a ceremony, nobody cared about it. And meanwhile, like DeBose is being invited to, she's being invited to the Oscars and she's winning an award. What does Zegler do? Against all the wishes of Disney, all that? Why didn't I get an invitation?
Yep.
Making it about her again. And now it goes back
God,
to
I
the
had forgotten all
narcissism.
about that. Yes.
Right,
She
and
was-
now you have all the narcissism.
Oh.
I have cracked this case wide open. I have
You heard it here first,
We're
folks.
gonna get some late night tweets from Price laying out this case.
Six, I respect you and I respect your opinions. I will say that in this case, I agree 1,000% with myself. I am 100% in the right. I have not made an error here. I've put together, this is some Sherlock Holmes shit. Sorry, Sean.
We have investigated ourselves and found no evidence of misconduct.
I am 100%. There was the thing. Now it's like we solved everything. I feel like the Sixth Sense. At the end when you discover, it's all clear to me. She didn't like that the other lady was getting nominated. She didn't even get to go to the ceremony. Probably then when she saw her get the Oscar, and then there was Evita. Probably since then, like Rachel's been sitting around and thinking, like, shit, why is this lady? Why is she Evita? I'll be Evita. You know what I mean? There's been something of a rivalry here. And this thing with the thing and the flowers, it all connects. It's too clear. Something happened to Adam Gray.
Oh, he probably reset. Like
I got
ours
jumped.
usually does. It bumps us off.
It's all starting to make sense
after
now.
about
It
2 hours.
is.
I'm here.
And then Caleb Levine says, private investigator Price. And the tabloids missed it. The tabloids also missed it because they're not, first of all, most of the people that write those tabloids, a lot of them aren't exactly like the best investigators, just writing a bunch of crap. The other thing is maybe they prefer not to go this route. You know what I mean? They're stopping short. Who knows? Maybe by tomorrow, like Matthew Baloney, or whatever that guy's name is, from like that Puck who's like pretends he's like an independent journalist, but he's like part of the system. He'll pop up tomorrow and say like behind Ariana and Rachel's like falling out, and like then like he'll bring all the insider info that like probably we describe much better than him. He's sort of the guy, like Puck is like the guy that after we've been saying something for 5 years and we know everything, he like pops up and says it and like pretends like he just discovered like the biggest scoop ever. And that's why that guy kind of annoys me. But never mind.
Price sees dead careers.
Well, I feel like I've impressed even the professor, not even just Adam Gray. I think there was genuinely I impressed some people here today.
I was so impressed. I just had to step out for some air.
You were overwhelmed by my investigative skills, Adam.
Were we going to talk some dirt about Grummz?
Well, I mean, his name keeps coming up, so I thought maybe that's something.
I don't want to shift tracks if we're not done with the theater.
No, I think it's okay. And I hope Six hasn't I feel like Six ran away, like never speak to me again. Sorry, Six, but I do agree with myself. There's nothing I can do. And the dead man says Matthew Baloney is full of baloney. Absolutely. And there was this thing with opera and Grummz. Did you see this thing?
I saw something earlier today that about him, somebody doxing, the same group that had doxed him before was trying to dox somebody else.
Oh no!
But what specifically was it? Was there something else?
So okay, yes, there's something else. The Opera browser, basically, the Opera browser that has 1.1 million followers. They said we're currently developing a feature that'll remove any trace of Grummz from the web. And then, like, it says redacted, redacted, redacted. And somebody even says, he's based, though. Your product is useful, but your takes, however, are not. And then they wrote, hey, at least we got a product. And then Jeremy weighed in and said, this is why I don't take the Grummz hate seriously. The type of people that are mad about it are deranged, and they demand you have to care as much as they do. And if you don't, they lose it. These weirdos keep accusing me of being a defender of his, yet conveniently never show any receipts. It's mental illness. And then, like, he keeps, going on and saying a lot of stuff. But what I will say is that the thing here that they write, hey, at least we got a product. Here's what I think. There's two things going on. One, I know there's some people that a long time ago he was in charge of some game, and I guess the game never came out. I don't know more details about that. I caught a bit of Flashcast that he talked about it recently. Don't really know the details of what happened with that game or what the status is. But I will say this, that regardless of that game or not, he has had a lot of takes that he was sort of like, his analysis on certain things has been decent, when it comes to like Gamergate 2. I'm not saying that like, you have to read every one of his tweet or adore it or whatever. I think that some of his takes have been pretty okay. I don't know much about that game. I don't watch like or read every tweet or I basically I think that I follow him and maybe some of his tweets appear in my feed, but he tweets so much that I'm guaranteed to probably miss a number of tweets of his a day. And overall, I don't mind the work that he's doing. I mean, calling out big gaming companies for like a bunch of crap that they're doing, it's not a big deal to me. I think that something like this browser doing this is really over the top. And I think that it shows that something that he's doing is really annoying a lot of these companies. I mean, there's no doubt that whether you like him or not, a lot of the light that he sheds on like, the hypocrisy and the dumb things happening in this gaming industry, a lot of it has, had some kind of impact. You may like the guy, you may not like him, you may have issues with some of his past or not, but I think that it's hard to ignore that at least some of the stuff that he's said and done has meant something to somebody. But I'll let you guys weigh in.
Yeah, the whole thing that they were saying, hey, at least our thing came out or whatever. There was a similar response the other day. He was talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows, I think, and somebody said, yeah, our game is out, right? He's had this Ember game. It's like a giant mechs versus kaiju game or whatever that he did I don't remember if it was a Kickstarter or Indiegogo or something that was done like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe. And his game still hasn't come out. And so a lot of people have kind of, whenever they want to take him to task on some of his political views or, views on, gender critical stuff, whatever that they might see, in his tweets, then they like to bring up that his game still has not come out. So,
does he have any legitimate reasons for why he hasn't delivered it?
I mean, he just says that it's not ready yet. Supposedly they're working on a new demo that's supposed to come out soon. I don't know. He's said multiple different things, but again, this is 4 years on from a Kickstarter. So
apparently we got a raid, but I'm trying to figure out.
Cool Frog has raided this stream.
From Cool Frog. Welcome, Cool Frog.
Cool Frog. Welcome, Raiders.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining, folks. Hit the like button. Hit the sub.
Where did they come from?
Cool Frog.
Oh.
Yeah. He was in our chat the other day. So
nice.
It brought us some Raiders. We appreciate it, Cool Frog. Thank you.
We appreciate it very much. Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Yeah, my background knowledge on Grummz is pretty thin. The few tweets of his that I've read seem to be actually kind of on point and relevant and informative or whatever, but boy, does he have a lot of haters. I don't know if he earned them or what. I don't know much about it, but he seems like a very polarized figure online.
Oh, you meant Cool Frog is from Rumble.
Frog. Yeah, it's on
Very
Rumble.
kind of you, Cool Frog. I really appreciate it. It's very, very nice of you. It's so rare that we get like a raid on the Rumble side, so it's super cool of you, man.
And hey there, Cool Frog. I'm going to go out and give you a follow.
Hey,
thank you.
Where I'm going to give him a follow as well.
Yeah.
I'm giving Cool Frog a follow right now. Let me find him.
I'm gonna give him a follow too, him or her. Here we
Cool
go.
Frog is awesome. He has a few different ones. I hope this is the right one. There's one that he's still live on. I don't know. That's the weirdest thing.
That's the one he just wrapped up. I would imagine.
So I'm going to follow.
It's just the Rumble lag, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cool Frog. And now you have an additional follower, which is me. I just followed you. And just to show that I'm not, I'm not saying that other people say stuff and they don't mean it, but I am saying it. This isn't an Ariana DeBose situation. I followed Cool Frog. I did it knowingly. It wasn't like an interesting phrase that I heard back in the day that I now thought of. And,
I just sent him a nice to know you bouquet from FTD.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. I'm going to send him like the narcissist quote with a bouquet.
And the inscription reads,
very soon, Cool Frog. Very soon.
Ding dong.
No, but Cool Frog looks awesome to me. I like what he's what he's doing. Yeah, and he has subscribers and stuff. It's good stuff.
All right, everybody, give him a follow.
Give him. That's it. You should do it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So, absolutely awesome of you, and we really appreciate it. I see the Cool Frog is here. You got lucky tonight because about 4 channels just joined in the raid from Cool Frog. Great group of people. Awesome.
We're on the hype train.
We are on the hype train. So we were talking about Grummz, and I guess where was that thing with it's like I said, I myself, I've actually interacted with him online a number of times, even even privately. He seemed okay to me. I don't have any beef with the guy. He hasn't done anything bad to me. I can understand that if people expected a game and it's been years and something like that hasn't delivered, people genuinely, want to know more about that. I guess, and this I remember now that I did hear some of Flashcast on Saturday. I guess he had a business where like there was prawn online or something that like there was at some point in his career he was involved in some kind of online prawn website or something. But I don't really know. Man, it was a late hour when they were talking about this stuff, and I didn't catch all of it. I know that there was some talk about it. What?
Fair.
No, because
fair.
it was the other day, but like, first of all, it sounded like, and again, Flashcast is awesome, and I like Flash and everybody on that thing. It sounded, and I'm just speculating here, like the people on that panel, or at least some of them, were drinking heavily while doing that Flashcast. And by the time it reached that part that they're analyzing this article that they're criticizing Grummz, that sounded like people like at the end of the night at a bar after everyone has had like 70 shots. So that was like a really kind of strange conversation that I'm trying to figure out what they're even talking about. And because I came late in the game, I didn't get the full picture. But I understand that he was involved in some naughty website. I think that's what he said. And the stuff with the game, I don't really know what happened with that. But all I can say is this, and this is just my humble opinion, and I don't know anything, and I'm not trying to judge or anything because I don't know enough. But if I were him, what I would do is I try to make an effort and release the game. Whatever that is, whatever you got to do, release something. You said you would do it. You had backers. Do something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if it's not like the best game in the world, even whatever, even if it's like, a modest game, or whatever it is, do something. That's my opinion. I don't know beyond. Maybe there's a lot of information I don't know, and what I'm saying is actually stupid. Without knowing much and being an idiot, that's my thoughts. What do you guys think?
I think I don't know much either. If I had donated and it had been 4 years, I think I'd be pretty irritated. I don't know what he has shown or released to his backers, I really can't comment. But if I was in the dark and he had my $20, I'd be kind of like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, I guess he actually started crowdfunding back in 2016.
Whoa!
And so, yeah, at this point now,
that's
he claims that he's raised about from a few different campaigns, I guess, has raised about 600,000. And yeah, there's still no game to show for it, which is it's not great. It's not great at all.
Good. No, that doesn't look good.
By the way, if you guys are new here and you're hanging out with us and you haven't yet, you should definitely like, and definitely give us a follow if you can. It's always nice to follow us. Following us is a good thing. It's one of those things that you have to do. Great seeing you all coming here from the Cool Frog stream, and absolutely, that's.
Can I do a quick little sidestep here while we're on the crowdfunding topic?
Sure, go ahead.
Critical Drinker released a video, a statement today or late yesterday, that he is doing another crowdfunding drive.
Yes, it was basically a video where he talks about some movie, and then at the end of the review for whatever that was, he actually suddenly talks about his upcoming crowdfunding.
Yeah, he had like a 3-minute piece at the end of a regular video, and then he released it separately. I forget the title. But apparently he is written a couple little short scripts that they're going to make short films out of once they get funded, and they will get funded. Let's be honest.
It's already been funded.
Really interesting.
I think.
Well, has it already hit the goal? Okay.
Yeah,
I think it was 200,000 pounds.
Let's see,
somewhere around there. But the couple of things I thought were really interesting about it. Whatever you think of his demo reel, his pilot that he produced, whatever you think of that, he's opened up submissions for scripts from fans, from his audience, so that you can actually submit your own ideas to be filmed, which I think is great. And the other thing that I noticed, a really small detail, was that Mahler has written one of them, and a friend of ours, Lance from Outcast Creative, is going to direct it.
Yeah, I saw that. I forgot to congratulate. Lance is a friend of mine too. I could have congratulated him, which I should have. I saw his name, but I was so busy running around today. It's good you reminded me. Lance is a really nice guy. I've been on a number of his streams on his channel, and he's very passionate about film and has a lot of interesting stories and experiences.
I've seen some of his footage. I think it's very good.
What'd you say?
Sorry, go ahead.
I think you're roboting.
you're roboting.
From what little footage I've seen of him. Yeah, I think he's talented. I haven't seen a lot of his work, but what I've seen was very good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know more like so much about his directorial work, but I know his work, like the writing and just me hanging out with him on streams on his channel. He at some point, he and I were on a stream and we exchanged some info, and on a number of occasions afterwards he had some streams. He's like, man, why don't you join me for this? And I hung out with him, and he's a super nice guy. So really happy for him that he's involved in something like that. Really excited to see what he does with it. Very happy. Sometimes it's nice that you see a guy who's a good guy and something good happens to him, and I'm super happy about that. And I will absolutely be very excited once there's something to see from what he's done. Really interested in seeing that. As far as the other stuff that the Critical Drinker was saying, when I saw that, I thought to myself, I should write something and send it to them. I think that probably nobody's going to take a look at it and nobody cares.
I thought about it too.
Maybe I should write something. Maybe this is it. I got to
Well,
write.
you never know.
I
It's
hope
like-
he makes some
It's like
connections.
writing anything on Slack.
Yeah. I hope that maybe you make a connection with Ian David Diaz as well, who might be able to
I
direct some
hope
stuff for him. So
Yeah, the Mega Geek, that would
Mega
be.
Geek.
I really think that
Exactly.
they should work more
Good.
with Mega Geek. And the one thing I'll say is that I think that also Critical Drinker in his the part that he was writing and also stuff that he was talking in that video, there were two things. One that he was writing, and then I clicked on some link and there was something more detailed that was written. And it sounds like Critical Drinker, when he released that what's that thing called? I forgot the elements, rogue elements.
Rogue
What was it?
Elements. Yeah.
So initially, when he released it, I think that some people, at least, were kind of
Rogue Elements is the first one.
disappointed, thinking, oh, this could have been better here, this could have been better there. When I saw it, I thought to myself, I wasn't harsh because I understand that, to us, even if he raised a few $100,000, it sounds like you're making like, you think, wow, that's the most amount of money in the world. But if you're actually trying all these locations with like a professional crew and doing all this stuff, and like I think I accepted what he said in his writings today, that there were a lot of things that had to do with him not being very experienced and running into problems with like permits and local unions and all this stuff, and how many like compromises and how many things that he had to do on it. So I understand that producing that previous thing was very difficult. Maybe that it still doesn't mean that some things couldn't be better or different or whatever it is, but the fact that I think that he was acknowledging it and actually really addressing certain concerns that some people had, I thought that was pretty okay. I like the Critical Drinker. I think that he's doing stuff that to me seems positive, and if there's ways of also like giving other people opportunities like he's doing, and maybe we'll do further, I think that's really cool. Even if he doesn't accept my script, which I haven't even written. But you know what?
yeah.
When I saw that it said that he's accepting like scripts, I
Good
started
luck
thinking
to
of the
you,
script.
Bryce.
What'd you say? I don't know if I'm roboting or somebody else is.
No, I'm just good luck on your spec script.
I think it's a
You're-
real
you're
script.
roboting a
I think they actually
little
want a
bit.
real script.
I don't know if I.
Yeah. I think it might be you, Adam.
No, they definitely do.
Yeah, you were going in and out, Adam, but I think that they want a real script, meaning you need to do some.
Sorry.
No, go on. Adam?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I have mixed feelings about the drinker. I mean, I view him and his content, separately or whatever. The first thing that popped into my head when I saw this announcement was, well, he's definitely putting our money where his mouth is. I think it's really great that he is using his station and platform and recognition to open up and call for scripts from ordinary people and whatnot. I'm very happy on a personal level that Lance is being given something that I think he's very hungry for, and I think it's something that would probably energize him quite a bit to work on something like this. So I'm very happy about that for Lance.
Mhm.
I think people were a little harsh on Rogue Elements. I feel like sure it could have been better, but if you've ever worked on a set, if you've ever worked on a project, everything has to go right for it to be great. Everything has to go right. And this is his first time outing, so I give him a lot of leeway. And I think he's got a pretty healthy attitude about it, saying, sure, we could have done this, we could have done that, this could have been better or whatever. But it's a proof of concept, and that's what he's called it, and I think that's accurate. I think he's doing more than everyone else that's bitching on the internet, right?
Yeah.
You know, he did it, and I when I saw Rogue Elements, I was also more forgiving in the sense that I have been on sets and on different things. I've been on stuff that's more unscripted. Actually, more sets that have been unscripted I've been than scripted. And I mean, when I mean sets, I mean like real ones that you see on TV, the shows later. But uh, and I've been on a few like more like regular sets, and I myself have directed like there was a short film I directed years ago with some kind of crew. Very difficult to do this stuff, and I looked at Rogue Elements, and I could see enough things there that you could tell that there was time and resources invested there. Yes, I understand that there were things that maybe that somebody could have done differently, and I think that once Drinker wrote this thing today, I learned that some of the issues that he was up against. But overall, I didn't hate Rogue Elements. I thought that like you said, a proof of concept as trying to show like, look, there's these characters and there's a situation. I'll tell you what it is. I know how to explain it. You know how in music, before you record the song, like with the Beatles, you have the song that you know, and then you have the demo. The
Yeah,
demo
you do a
usually
demo
like
first.
the demo is like of like Strawberry Fields Forever is like John Lennon sitting on his toilet like in the middle of the night, and he's like, "Wah, wah, 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 wah," and that's like Strawberry Fields Forever. Now you can actually listen to that recording and see that he's a genius, and even on his toilet when he's mumbling, it sounds pretty cool. But it's not really the song that you know later. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
later, once they're in
yeah.
the studio with George Martin and they do all this stuff and they bring all the symphonies and all these things and it's like the works, then you get like the full experience. I feel like Rogue Elements is sort of like instead of this like high-end professional studio thing, it's almost like sort of a demo rough cut of it.
That's exactly how I see it. I mean, the demo, the writing of McCartney's Yesterday, famously, the lyrics are scrambled eggs. Not yesterday. He's filling in that space. He knows what notes he needs to hit. He knows the cadence that he wants. But it takes polish. It takes time. And I'm not a Drinker apologist. I have other issues with him and his work. But in this case, I think he's really he's doing the work. Like it takes nothing to sit and bitch all day, but to go out of your comfort zone to embrace the challenges of filmmaking and producing stuff, it's a lot. It's hard work. It's not fun. It's rewarding, but it's not fun work, hour by hour. So
Right.
I really I commend him for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I do want to call. We did get a Rumble rant a few minutes ago. Price.
Oh,
From
okay.
One Dirty Bird. Can you find that one?
I'll do it right now.
9 minutes back.
I'm about to pull it up. Give me a second. Rumble rant. Yes. Howdy, guys. Something no, but let me see for a second. I'm going to share the actual thing. Oh, you know what? Let me see. It's funny. It doesn't. Sometimes I feel like I don't see it here, but I saw it there. Okay. Maybe it'll come up here. So strange that it doesn't come up here. Wait. Am I missing it? Okay, here. One Dirty Bird. Howdy, guys.
Cowboy no?
Cowboy no?
Cowboy no? It's Cowboy Hat no?
I am not 100% sure. The One Dirty Bird is a very mysterious guy. Once he came and dropped this like crazy super chat and wrote the strangest comment to attach it. He's just like, he's a very unique guy. But you know what?
Mysterious.
Mysterious. And I love this mysterious angle of One Dirty Bird. As far as I'm concerned, he can write whatever messages he wants. He's all right in my book. So even though howdy guys,
Cowboy no.
cowboy no, not 100% sure. One Dirty Bird, you don't have to send another super chat if you want to elaborate on that. I'm happy to share your your thoughts. Anyhow,
we appreciate it. one way or the other.
I really do appreciate
way
it. The one Dirty Bird is cool, and he has very interesting comments, and I love that he, gives super chats and supports this channel. So yeah, good stuff, One Dirty Bird, and happy to showcase this cryptic message of yours. Thank you for the super
It
chat.
just adds to the lore, really.
Adds to the lore. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think when he did he did this big super chat. He wrote. Now I remember what he wrote. He wrote, "I'm an old man, but I still have some gas in me." That was what he wrote, and he dropped this like crazy super chat. And yeah, I don't exactly know what all of that means, but I am super grateful. I am grateful that he takes time to listen to the Night Owl. He's like the Dos Equis man, One Dirty Bird. But,
The most interesting dirty bird in the world.
Most interesting dirty bird in the world.
I don't always super chats, but when I do, it's cryptic and no one understands.
One Dirty Bird wrote emoji with a cowboy hat on. I still don't fully understand it, but he is the Dos Equis man of the Night Owl. That's what One Dirty Bird is.
The most interesting
dirty bird in the world. Put some respect to that name.
Thank you again, One Dirty Bird.
One Dirty Bird.
Well, I will say, Price, I am very inspired and encouraged by your presence on Rumble. Our experience on Rumble for the past year has been excellent. I think everyone has been really fun. We get more views on Rumble than we do on YouTube, and that's after about 4 years on YouTube. So the Rumblers got it going on, man. Cheers to them.
I think that Rumble is a great platform, and I can, I hope that they continue to grow and succeed because, yeah, I mean, I've had a number of situations on other platforms. I say it every time like a broken record, but I'm 100% it's true. I've had situations where I've talked about something that somebody didn't like, or I brought up something, or I did something, and I get kind of banned, or soft banned, or shadow banned, or temporarily banned, or long-term banned. And it's like, I'm not even like the craziest person online. I don't say such crazy things. For me, each time to run into this kind of stuff on all these platforms, the only place that to date, has never done that is Rumble. And I think that that's important. It's important that I say this completely sincerely. It's not like I'm trying to now like be nice to this person or to this company or that company. It's really important that there's options, that there's a place that people can just talk and to know that they're not looking every second to shut you down. That's a good feeling for me. I say this like
absolutely
this is
agree.
what I'm not putting a spin on it. Like I absolutely feel this way.
Yeah, I agree 100%. My initial experience with Rumble was not good when they were very first starting out. We were only showing public domain movies, and we got struck out and shut down right off the bat. And I said, well, all right, it's not for us. And 3 years later, I just sent an email saying, hey, this is what happened. We kind of like to have you take another look at our account and give us a chance. And 6 hours later, I was monetized for my live streams. So, I mean,
nice.
Considering the abuse that we've been taking from YouTube since day one, Rumble has been very hospitable. It's not a perfect platform. There's lots of kinks that that need banging out and whatever. But I think that they're acting in good faith, where I don't get that feeling ever interacting with YouTube. And
I agree.
I'm not paid. I'm not sponsored by Rumble or anything like that. I'm not even a premium member, but it really is wonderful to have an alternative that can hold its own against something as big as YouTube. And I think they're doing a great job. There's plenty of stuff that needs improving, but you can say that about any platform. So
You got to start somewhere, and the fact that there's actually a platform where you can stream and you can put videos and you can do things, and that it does actually support freedom of speech, that is super important. And it's important that there's this kind of counter, that there's something else, because when you give all the power in the world to one company like YouTube, which again, I've had some experiences that were good on YouTube, but I mean, I think it's good when there's competition. I think that having another angle for the people can listen to streams and get to know you. I think that's good, and I like the freedom of speech angle on Rumble. It's super important to me personally.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we don't have to fight against Rumble every week like I have to fight with YouTube. I only screen public domain material that is copyright free, and I'm endlessly fighting false copyright claims and censorship from YouTube. Um, Rumble leaves us alone, and like I said, they monetized us on day one. We were allowed to take Rumble rants right out the gate. There was no waiting period. There's no minimum subscribers. That seems a lot more fair and honest than what happens on YouTube.
I agree. And Cassandra Rumble 29 says, I like this new channel. Surprised I haven't found it yet, but good choice at Cool Frog with the raid many channels rated him and then he rated here was genius. I agree. That was very nice of you, Cool Frog. I really appreciate it. I'm going to be on the lookout if in the future I could do something nice for you, because that really was super cool of you. And Cassandra, it's nice to meet you. Sorry, Cassass. Why did I call her Cassandra? I guess I read it quickly. It's Cassass.
It's Cassass.
Cassass.
In any case, Cassass, I am very happy to make your acquaintance. Thank you for hanging out with us. You are certainly welcome to, follow us. Anybody else that's listening here, if you haven't already, please follow us and like this stream. It would be really cool. And Cassandra is her name. Hey, I did it. 6, are you watching this? Cassandra is her name. I am the detective. I am the world's greatest detective.
He's batting 1,000 tonight, folks.
And by the way, I must have said this to you before, Professor. Did I tell you once that I met Bill Burr?
No, Bill Burr.
Yes, I met Bill Burr, and the thing is that it used to be something nice to say, and now it's just crappy. It's like the worst thing. I was at some event. I probably shouldn't say more. It was an event out in LA. I was at some event, and he was there, and I'm trying to think what happened. It's a really long story that he didn't perform at this event. He was sort of just a guest at this event. It's a long story, and I can't say more because I'd probably give away something that would be like probably not good. But I said something to him that to me, I thought that it was kind of clever because like I deduced a few things and I'm like, oh, I get it. You're here because you're doing this. Now you're this and that. And I said something in my mind, this was very clever. And then he looked at me and he goes, yeah, you must be a fucking detective. And that's what he said to me. That's like what Bill Burr's voice said to me. And I kind of chuckled because like I was getting like live roasted, like a mini roast from Bill Burr live. This was at a time that he was still kind of funny,
Yeah, that's
was
not so much a worry about that anymore. Him being funny.
Right. I mean,
I have strong opinions about Bill Burr.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I think that over the past few years, he's really kind of, not really gone in a good place, Bill Burr, which is a shame because, like, I think that I met him, maybe it was like 2015 or 16 or something like that. At that time, he wasn't anything like he was now, like he is now. You know what I mean? At that time, everybody's like, wow, it's Bill Burr, and people are all like happy. And he's like, even he was kind of roasting me. I kind of chuckled and I'm like, okay, well, at least I can say that like I got roasted by Bill Burr. But now that has like no value whatsoever. But the only reason I mentioned it is because he said, "Oh, I like that I'm a detective." I said something very smart. I don't know why he wasn't like impressed. Like, that was a strange reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try and keep it short, but I liked Bill Burr a little bit better when he was called Dennis Leary, who I liked a little bit better when he was called Bill Hicks. Who I liked a little bit better when he was Lenny. It's just there's not much there. Well, oddly enough, I did like Bill Burr's appearances on the Star Wars shows. I thought he was actually pretty good in those.
I think
I
I
find him
think
lacking otherwise.
I thought he was good in Breaking Bad, and I used to think that a lot of stuff in his stand-up was good. Even in recent years, there was a bit that he did about the WNBA that he genuinely made me laugh. Like that he was explaining that if women, when you want to support the WNBA, they have to go to the games, and like he was like, "Let me ask you now, like, do you know any team name? Do you know any city? Like any schedule of these WNBA games? Ladies in the crowd, like, do you know anything?" And like nobody knew anything, and everybody's just like laughing because like it is a sport that like it's supposedly women playing and women are supposed to go watch it, but women don't actually bother doing that. And I thought it exposed a lot of hypocrisy, and that whole bit of his was very, very funny. But I feel like that may be the last time that I laughed at one of his stuff. Since then, there's always this weird feeling that he suffered from all these kind of TDS and EDS and whatever. People say like even in the chat because I guess he married like a diverse lady or whatever it is. Listen, you can marry whoever you want. The fact that you marry a woman who's diverse, it doesn't mean that then you become like a bad person. I think that specifically, perhaps the specific lady that he married, maybe she's more the Hollywood activist type, pushing like stupid things in his mind and kind of influencing him.
Might have his balls in a sling, you know, that kind of thing, right?
Right. I mean, it could be something like that, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Is she famous? I don't know who she is.
Somebody says just 2 or 3 years ago, Bill tried to had to be non-political and was open to so-called conspiracy theories, but he's lost. Yeah, I feel like up until a few years ago, he was like relatively trying to aim for like a middle of the road vibe, where
Yeah.
he's like happy to make fun of like anything that he encounters without getting overly political. And in the past, like since probably November, even before, since there was something that he was at a boxing match or something, and his wife was doing like a middle finger to Trump or something was happening. I don't even remember. I feel like that was the first sign that it's like, first of all, where she stands, and two, you could actually see how he's kind of, being controlled. I don't really know what to say.
Yeah.
Maybe being controlled is a harsh thing to
They've been
say.
married since 2013. From
Yeah, but I mean, I think that some people, maybe in the past, you would say like things, and he wouldn't listen, or he just did whatever, or maybe she wasn't as like adamant about stuff. But since like the November election, the recent election,
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people are having like increased meltdowns.
Yeah,
Meaning like
this is true. Yeah.
They never imagined, like, their worst nightmare was, like, that this happens, and then they got their worst nightmare, and now they're all having, like, the biggest meltdowns. Now they're not just having TDS, they're having EDS and VDS, which would be, like, the Vance. They're just, like, melting down every second about everything, and, I mean, I'm not saying that people can't be criticized. It's fine, you could criticize the president no matter who he is, and that includes Trump. You can criticize Elon Musk. There's certainly things you can criticize.
And I will.
Criticize like JD Vance. But I mean, what's going on with these kind of like, hard left loony guys? It's not like, any kind of constructive criticism. It's like, let's blow up like a Tesla or whatever,
Yeah.
That is just bonkers. You know what I mean?
It is rather hilarious that they've sort of been backed into a corner where now they have to defend violent attacks on private business. It's like either you do this or you're not part of the you're not part of the left anymore.
You're not in the club.
You're not in the club anymore if you don't come out and say it's totally cool that people are out there burning.
Has anyone else
people's private property?
Has anyone else caught the irony that the left was being ridiculed 30 years ago for promoting electric cars?
Oh yes, it's hilarious.
And now they're setting them on fire.
And all of them that bought these electric cars to virtue signal, and now they're out there burning them, sending unknown amounts of chemicals.
Yeah, like Ed Begley Jr. basically got blacklisted for supporting electric cars and his climate beliefs and that kind of thing. And now we're just setting lithium batteries on fire, which is great.
Yep.
I don't, it to me, it's not like I can watch a comedian whose political views I don't necessarily agree with. With Bill Burr, it's not the content that I have a problem with. It's just that I don't find his delivery and his persona terribly interesting. Like I said, it seems so rehashed. It seems like such a rip off of Dennis Leary and Bill Hicks and so on and so on. It doesn't inspire me very much.
I think he has a different, he has a different vibe a bit. Dennis Leary does whatever Dennis Leary does. He does whatever he does. Interestingly, I was once, again, I want to clarify when I say these kind of things, I'm not suggesting that like these people are like my besties or anything. I'm just suggesting that because of my line of work in the past, I'd sometimes be
Sure.
at an event where there's some people that are known. So I actually met Dennis Leary once. Uh, he was nicer to me than Bill Burr. He was very Dennis Leary when he talked. It was funny because he was very much him. It's not like he suddenly talks with a British accent. He was very much him, but he was pretty nice.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, I've got a friend that met Dennis Leary once. Yeah, and he said kind of the same thing. He's Dennis Leary is Dennis Leary.
He said something to me. He's like, "Hey, yeah, like he just did however Dennis Leary talks. He just talked that way to me."
Yeah.
And I was kind of like, I didn't want to laugh because like I'm just happy. Like I don't know. It's because it's kind of funny that Dennis Leary is talking to me and Dennis Leary thing. And I just but I didn't laugh. I kind of was serious, but inside I was laughing. But I was really happy, and he actually smiled and he was nice. I feel like it was a much more positive vibe from Dennis Leary than I got from Bill Burr. Again, I want to clarify, neither of these guys are my friends. And when I
Right.
say met them, it's like, hi, a few sentences. Bill Burr actually, I actually talked to him longer in a way because like we were in a certain part where there was like an event, but we were in a certain portion of it that we were kind of in the same area for a while. So it was a longer interaction. With Dennis Leary, from what I recall, it was like a more brief interaction. But whatever that was, I thought he seemed nicer, for whatever that's worth.
I mean, if we're doing gossip, Kevin Nealon, nice enough guy. I ran into him on the Santa Monica Promenade one night, and he was on his way to host a bit at the comedy club down there, and he tried out a couple jokes on us and asked us if we thought they were any good. They weren't, but nice guy, very nice. I do have a friend that worked on a charity show with Drew Carey and had nothing good to say about him. Apparently, Drew Carey came in full blown diva and was like, "I don't have any material prepared. Where's my coffee?" And the whole nine. So there's that for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, somebody are saying, do you have the beeper thing that beeps Professor R2?
Beep, beep, beep.
Here, that was it. Somebody said that in the chat. Cassandra, I'm so glad that I knew she was Cassandra. Well, hey, you met him.
I'm sorry, it's just Cass from now on.
That's one up on us. Appreciate your opinion. Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying that like they're not my besties. There have been people because of like my work that I met that I had better relationships with. Maybe people that I work more frequently, or I did like a number of events with, or things like that. So there have been cases where like I could find myself more friendly with somebody from the industry, but more often than not, it would be like a situation that I've met them at a party or at some networking event, or I'm involved in a production of an event that they happen to be there. And the professor is gone.
Oh, and just like that, he was gone. Hopefully the storms haven't gotten him.
Yeah, I hope the storms are okay.
Yeah,
So
I've spent a lot of time in Southern California, and just randomly have run into a lot of folks. Gary Oldman, very nice man, very good with children.
Never met him.
Seems to be a very nice man. Viggo Mortensen came in the store I worked at.
Wow.
Very strange fellow in person. And
He seems like he would be for some reason, but I've never met him.
Very strange companion with him too, who appeared to be underage. I'm just saying, this is what I saw. I met Joe Turkel, who played the bartender in The Shining, and
Yes, Joe Turkel,
Tyrell
yeah.
from Blade Runner, of course.
Yeah.
Very nice man, wonderful man. I fanboyed all over him. I could not put it together. I just gushed. I absolutely gushed. And he came back into the shop a couple times, and we talked and chatted. And then he brought me a signed glossy that I never asked for, and gave it to me. It's one of my prized possessions. Really nice man. I'm sure he's passed since, but this
Yeah,
was
he passed away a couple years ago. Yeah.
yeah, this was in the early 2000s. Very sweet man. Michelle Pfeiffer, absolutely stunning in person.
Wow,
Absolutely
Michelle
beautiful.
Pfeiffer, that's awesome. You met
Oh
you
my
met
god.
Michelle Pfeiffer? That's awesome.
Well, these people came through the shop that I worked at mostly in Santa Monica, but yeah, what's his name? Frodo from Lord of the Rings. Help me out,
Oh.
guys.
Yeah, why can't I think of it?
Elijah
Elijah Wood, yeah.
Elijah Wood, very, very charismatic in person, and yes, he does look like that, and his eyes are that big. Very sweet man. I met him at the store I worked at in Santa Monica, and then weirdly, 10 years later, ran into him at Frankie's Tiki Room in Vegas also. So him and I have had brushed past each other a couple times. I'm done
Interesting.
filling time. What else have we got, guys?
No, I think that we talked about the most of like the
Yeah.
pressing stuff. I'm trying to think if there's anything else interesting that people that I met, or if there was anything interesting along the
My
lines. I did I tell you before did I ever tell you about Julie Andrews?
No, please do.
I was at some place and Julie Andrews was there, and I thought to myself, how cool would it be if I got a picture of Julie Andrews? And I walked over to the area where she was at, and then I kind of made contact with her, and she looked at me in like the most disapproving look ever. And I didn't say anything. I just like I didn't even ask her for the photo. I think I can't explain to you, like maybe she knew, like with the Jedi, with the Force, she knew that I wanted the picture and that
She
annoyed
knew.
her.
Yeah, she knew.
She knew.
She perceived it.
Yeah, she knew.
Julie Andrews, she's like a really good actress. She put on the performance of like very annoyed lady that wants me to go away, and I completely understood like the cue. Like I got it.
Her spider sense went off. She knew.
She knew. And she didn't say anything. She just had the disapproving look, and I just left. So yeah, sorry.
I met Adam West when I was very young. I was about 5 or 6 years old at a hot rod show where the Batmobile was being displayed. And I was so I don't know, intimidated by Batman, like the real Batman right in front of me, that I could barely speak, and I couldn't get him to understand what my name was to sign the autograph picture or whatever. My mother took a really funny photo of me just cowering in front of Batman. Nice man.
He's very nice. I'll tell you what, we have something in common. I've met Adam West as well. I'll tell you
really?
where. I was at a convention. It was not like one of the highest end conventions. It was a relatively it was a convention. There were a lot of people there, but it's not like Comic-Con. And it was something that they were doing some kind of honoring Batman. There was some things there. I think I got to see the Batmobile, or I don't remember now. In any case, he was there, and I don't think I even have a picture or anything with him, but I think at least there was like a hello there going on. That's the most. I mean, at a convention, what do I expect, right? But
Right.
but there was like a moment of hello, so that was nice. And I want to say that Argentum wrote, the only one I got his meeting is Tom Bergeron. I was an extra for Christmas AFV video. It was outdoors and cold, and he was great at keeping the extras hyped. What's AFV? America's
Funniest Home Videos.
Funniest Home Videos.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know. I thought that was Bob Saget.
Later on, they had different hosts.
Okay. Because Tom Bergeron, the reason I know, and this is going to sound strange to people, because he was the host of Dancing with the Stars, not a show that I regularly watch, but I know he's the host of that. And what was interesting is because I know people that like that show, and they really like him. And at some point, they fired him at the height of like 2020 with Mr. Floyd riots. They fired Tom Bergeron because they wanted to bring what's her name, Tyra Banks, instead of him to host Dancing with the Stars. And I thought it was such a huge mistake. That was the time that they're like, if there's a white man, we got to get rid of him. That's just my opinion, of course, how it went down. I thought that was in very poor taste. The guy was very important to that show, and people that did enjoy that show, I'm not really the target audience, but the people that enjoyed that show watched it and really liked him in it. And I really feel like firing him so abruptly the way they did was completely out of left field and not for the right reasons. You know what I mean? A guy like that, they should have given him like a farewell season where like everybody's nice to him. If you really want him to like step down, don't like do it in such a disrespectful way. And in my humble opinion, I think that they probably lost some viewers because of that. But I don't know. At the end, what am I talking? I don't really watch that show regularly, so maybe it's not my place to say that I think that.
All I'll add to that is if you haven't seen Bob Saget's work outside of Funniest Home Videos,
Yeah.
the man is funny and blue.
Oh no, he's
Very blue.
incredibly funny, but
Yeah.
he works
Filthy.
very blue.
I remember.
Have you seen the
Yes.
the documentary
The
of
Aristocrats?
The Aristocrats? Yes.
Yeah.
He
Yeah. That's a
tells
must watch.
the filthiest version of that joke in the
Yeah.
whole thing, and he's competing with, like I think there's like 18
Gilbert
other
Gottfried
comedians
and
that tell, yeah.
yeah.
And he tells the filthiest, nastiest, most repulsive version of that joke of all of the people there.
And
It's
he
hilarious.
was in all of America's living rooms
Yeah.
for years. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great. I love it.
He was that sweet dad
Mhm.
raising those girls.
Yep. Oh no,
Yeah.
I fully recommend his stand up, and I also fully endorse the Aristocrats if
Oh
anyone
man,
hasn't seen it.
hilarious. Absolutely hilarious documentary.
It says Carlton is okay on America's Funniest Home Videos. Now, the thing is that I actually think that Alfonso Ribeiro, who plays Carlton, I think that he probably would have been a better replacement for Tom Bergeron. And at the time, I thought to myself, what they needed to do was like a year of like farewell, then maybe have them pass the baton to somebody like Alfonso, who actually competed in that show, and he's very well liked. So I think that would have been like a fair thing. But they were so gung ho of like the woman diverse thing or whatever. Now, one might say like Alfonso is also diverse, but as opposed to, that they tried to inject Tyra into this place, which I think she had nothing to do with the show and she wasn't a good fit for it. I think that Alfonso is actually an organic fit. I mean, we talk a lot about like diversity and things like that. There's nothing wrong with diversity. Sometimes like you have a guy who's like really qualified, and the guy that plays Carlton, Alfonso Ribeiro, he was a champion on that show. He had like a background in dancing. He's very well liked. I mean, I've again, sorry, I feel strange again that I'm saying this. I have met him once. Again, 2 sentences. He seemed really nice though. He seemed really nice. Got a good vibe from the guy. He just, maybe he fooled me for that 20 seconds that I saw him, but seems like a nice guy to me. And I think he would have been a much better fit than Tyra, and also not to disrespect like a guy that helped build a show for so many decades. I don't know. There were a lot of things that happened around the 2020 time that were really crazy, that in any other time somebody would have said something, but at that time they're like, nope. It all started actually, like, I think with the 2017 with like the Me Too thing, which also like, this guy, let's cancel him. This guy, let's cancel him. This guy, let's cancel him. Like in some cases, it was just people that didn't even do anything. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I understand that there were some bad people, like Harvey W. or whatever it is, but it's not that all the people were like that, or all the men in the world were like that. So yeah, I don't know how I got to that. This is the late part of the show where we're really going off in different directions. But what were you going to say? I don't even know how we got to this. Professor, how did we get here?
I don't know. All I know is I had a cousin who for about 4 years tried her tried her luck in Hollywood, and while she was there, she worked a number of different jobs, and she told me that the coolest person she met, just the chillest person that she met, like famous person, was Donald Faison. He was just like the coolest dude. Like he would come into the shop and buy stuff, and he was always chatting it up and having a good time and chatting up all the people working in there, and he was always cool with everybody, and yeah, he was just a nice, cool cat. So
I always
nice.
like hearing these anecdotes. Like, there's so much negativity, obviously, but it's always so nice when you hear, like, oh, I was standing next to Sean Connery at a hotel desk and he gave me a pen. Like, stuff makes me happy. It really does.
Oh,
I wish
I
I'd
don't
met.
have a lot of star stories myself. So
I wish I would have met Sean Connery. Sean Connery's
oh God,
awesome.
yes.
That would have
No,
been so many of the people that I mentioned to you. I mean, some of them more than others. A lot of them I met and I wasn't like, wasn't even excited about. You know what I mean? There have been enough people that I've met that were like industry people that I didn't get excited about at all. But Sean Connery, I would have been really happy. That would have been like on the list of people that I am
that
happy
that
to meet.
was a true anecdote, by the way. I actually was signing out of a hotel when Sean Connery was standing next to me, and he looked
Wow, that's true.
ravaged
Like that,
from like
man.
a
That's
red-eye flight.
awesome. Did you
Yeah, I mean,
did you
I
say
didn't.
anything to him?
No, I'm just not that guy. Even when I go to conventions, I kind of don't like approaching people or whatever. If I have something specific that I want them to know, I will engage them. But like, I saw Peter Mayhew at WonderCon, and no one was at his table, and he was just kind of looked tired and sad, and I was like, I don't want to bother this poor man. Like, what can I possibly say that is gonna uplift him for the day or whatever. But yeah, I've had a lot of weird run-ins with celebrities. Daryl Hall and Willem Dafoe both came into the comic shop I worked at in New York. Um,
Wow.
I had
What comic shop did you work at in New York?
it was called Soho Zat. It was what was it? On the edge of Soho, Broadway and Canal, I guess. I was 16 at the time. That would have been like 1986, but famous people came through there all the time. Um, Willem Dafoe was manic. Daryl Hall was very nice and smiley and polite. I don't know. I seem to have a knack for running into people. I don't know. Offset, obviously outside of work kind of things. I just the
Something very important has happened here. The dead man has sent a poop emoji
oh
sticker
yes,
for
a poop
99 cents.
emoji.
The dead
Oh,
man has been awesome today. He gave
thank you, Dead Man.
$20 super chat, a bunch of twos earlier, and this poop thing.
Yep.
But this poop really that came from the heart, I'm sure.
I feel it.
Yep. Oh gosh, the only star story I have is getting to meet Bill Shatner at a signing, and
Bill Shatner is awesome. Sean
he's
Connery's
amazing.
awesome.
He's amazing. No, Bill,
I would trade. I would trade a lot of those things that I said that I met for like Shatner and like Connery.
well,
I would trade for those.
I was proud. I made Bill smile too.
Oh,
when we
nice.
met. So because it's a signing, and everyone's like, bringing all their like. He very specifically has said during the signing, like, I'm signing the like posters for my show. Right? He's not like signing memorabilia or books or anything like that. But everyone's coming up to him with books and lunch boxes and all of this stuff, and he's like, I
Right.
can't sign that. It's it's not in the contract. And of course everyone's also Mr. Shatner, Mr. Shatner, Mr. Shatner, Mr. Shatner. Thank you, Mr. Shatner. And then it's my chance to get up there to meet him. I said, hey, Bill. And he just got a big old smile on his face. Because he was doing his one-man show, and the finishing song is Just Call Me Bill.
Right.
That's
Right.
the end of his show. So I
Oh,
said,
that's the joke. Yeah.
hey, Bill.
Nice.
And we chatted for a minute, whatever. You patted me on the back. Of course, the funny part is that we were kind of chatting it up, and the photographer surprised us. We didn't know that she was ready to take the picture. So the photo that I have with him, he's sort of like looking up in surprise. He's not smiling at the camera or anything. And the photographer didn't take extra pictures. So the photo that I have with him, he looks like he's just like been surprised in the middle of a sentence, has no idea like what's going on. And then he also, because of that, the poster that I have that's signed, we had my wife was there as well. She got her sign, and I was getting my sign, and so it says, everything as to so and so, my best, and then it has him signing his name. But because we got interrupted by the photographer, my signature says Bill Shat.
That's funny.
Classy. I like
This
that.
is actually great. Your thing is like better than all of mine combined. Like I'm much better. First of all, Shatner is cool. Like that's
Oh
actually
yeah, he was a cool
that's
guy.
like a legend. You know what I mean? Sean Connery also a legend. Those are like greats. I mean, it's fine. Whatever. Like the guy. Whatever I said was fine too. I guess.
Yeah, I've never been. I don't know. I mean, it's nice to like collect autographs and things like that, and I certainly treasure the stuff that I do have. But I don't want to interrupt anybody's day or ask for a selfie. That wasn't a thing back then, but it's
Yeah, it's okay. I don't bother them with autographs and pictures all the time. I like I said, I did think of that with Julie Andrews. You know why? Sometimes I have situations that I think to myself, this is such a bizarre situation that if I had a picture of it, it would be so surreal. Like there would certainly be some people or like friends or somebody that I could show this and like we'd all think this was amusing. You know what I mean? Me and Julie Andrews in a picture would have amused me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Not
I'm
just
just as happy to carry the memory, and I'm just as happy to hear your story about Julie Andrews as see you repost that on Instagram or something.
Well, I don't have anything to post, but you understand that
Yeah, but that's a great anecdote. That's a
right, but
wonderful
my
little
idea at
story.
the time was I thought to myself, how cool would it be? Like what like people would be like it would be amusing. I knew this would be funny. It's not that I don't respect her, but it would be so surreal that it would be funny.
It's very left field. So, yeah.
Total left field. Having like a picture with Julie Andrews is out of left field. But I
Right.
guess it wasn't meant to be.
No, I don't know. I'm just I guess I'm more of an introvert. I think just having the memories and telling the stories is just as good as having any kind of tangible physical evidence of crossing paths with someone or whatever. I mean, you know how everyone loves the Leslie Headland story. It- it's not about
It's
you
just
proving that you were there. It's just a
It's such a
wonderful
stupid
story.
story too. It's like
Yeah,
it's a
it's just a
nothing
funny
burger. It's the
story.
dumbest thing ever that I
Yeah.
once told the professor, like, some late point in some stream, like we're talking now. And if Melvin Deeply hadn't like clipped it and shared it with a million people, nobody would have even cared about it. It was just some dumb
Melvin.
thing, you know what I mean?
No, it's wonderful. Everyone loves it. It's hilarious.
It's a story with nothing in it. It's just like
Right.
it's just it's a toss away story, and I've even told like better encounters that were cool that happened to me, and nobody cared about it.
Yeah, well, even if she was famous at the time and you had taken a selfie or gotten her to autograph a napkin or something, it wouldn't improve the story in any way. The
No, but
story is the memory.
I do have one thing that I'll say is that there is somewhere, uh, I don't know where, but I don't want to give away. How do I explain this? There has been an event that took place about 10 years after I met her in the story that I told. I've said this
Ooh.
before, that I went to an event and she was there and I didn't recognize her.
Mm.
And only a number of years ago, I was looking at some photos that were from that event and I actually spotted her. And it's funny because like I was at the event and it was a relatively small thing and I probably saw her and didn't recognize her from the 10 years earlier. But
Mm.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that in the real world, there's actual documentation Not for the first thing at the bar, but there is documentation that I was in the same room as Leslie Headland. I am super serious. There is documentation of this.
I believe you. I believe you. I think it's hilarious.
But at the time that there's documentation, it's an event, like I said, I didn't recognize her, didn't talk to her, and didn't know who she was, which is really strange. But at that time, she was already with her wife, and she looked different. She like, if there's a way she looks today and the way that she looked when I had the drinks in the bar there, I would say that's something in the middle. It's not as like Elvis impersonator as today, but it's not as like feminine as it was like when I met her. It's like a step in between. And at the second event that I went to that she was there that I didn't recognize her, she was already with her, either she was her wife there or wife to be or whatever it is, the one that ended up in The Acolyte.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know who she was either.
The green one.
Right.
I didn't know who these two people were, and so strange that only later through pictures I'm like, I didn't even know I was like right next to them, and I didn't even recognize her. She probably didn't recognize me either, to be fair.
Yeah, Big Ship in the YouTube chat is saying selfies and photos are gay. Sacrificing a real in-time moment so other people can know it happened is a waste of the experience. I agree with that 100%.
Yep.
I prefer to be present. I could have annoyed Sean Connery when he clearly had not slept all night. There's always a part of me that is like, oh gosh, and I want some physical evidence of something or whatever. But everybody's just a person. Everybody's trying to get through their day. Everyone's had a bad breakfast or whatever, and they're just trying to get where they're trying to go. And I just think it's nice to just kind of note it. If you get to interact with them, that's great. But yeah, I'm not so much with the cult of celebrity that much.
I want to say this. Many times I was in situations where I actually did what you said. I didn't want to bother some people. There's so many that I've like encountered or run across and I didn't get pictures with because like it didn't feel appropriate at that time. The ones that I did get, I'll tell you, first of all, I'd have social media, and my policy was like the real life me is that I didn't even want to post any photos or anything. And because I worked in something that had to do with the entertainment industry, I once met this PR lady at like at an art gallery or something like that. So in any case, I met her there, and she was she looked pretty nice, and we exchanged. I shouldn't. This is a late night story, and I probably shouldn't tell it. But you know what? Who cares? Just tell it.
Go for it.
Met this lady. She looked rather nice, and we exchanged information. We said, "Oh, we'll be in touch. We'll this and that." And then, I think that either we talked on the phone. I don't know what happened. And she's like, she sounded very unimpressed. Like, and I didn't understand it. Like, it was the first moment that I understood how important like social media is to people. I think that I had like a Facebook. Maybe I like friended her on Facebook. Now, like my policy is that like I didn't even want to put any photos like online of myself doing anything, and like I kind of just keep to myself. I don't want to talk to anybody. I think I'm still that way in real life. In any case, what happened is that she said, well, I looked at your like, I don't know if it was Facebook at the time or what I was, Instagram, whatever it was. She's like, you don't have any photos. You don't do anything. Like, oh, you go to all this. Cause like, basically, I guess to put it more briefly, I look like a loser because I didn't put photos of me with a bunch of celebrities. And I don't know why this bothered me that like this lady that like, looked pretty decent and, all that. I'm like a loser because I don't put the stupid pictures. And that voice kind of stayed in my head. So then the next time like I was in a situation, I'm like, fuck it. Sorry, Sean. Let's take a picture. Like, I don't want to be a loser. I'll put some picture up. Like, screw you. so then like from time to time, usually I wouldn't do it. Like I wouldn't do it every second. There have been plenty of occasions that I didn't do it, but on occasion, if there was somebody that I thought like, that's why the Julie Andrews one seemed funny to me, because like that looks like, surreal, you know what I mean?
Julie Andrews is funny. It is surreal.
Right. And like, let's say like when I got a chance to do one with like Al Pacino, I did it because that one was like, I wanted to have these like big pictures. If it's like a big star, but I really do like Al Pacino, and like Godfather is one is like my favorite movie. So that wasn't me like pretending to want a photo with him. I genuinely, that's a guy
Right.
that I was happy to take a photo with. But I guess what I'm saying is that until that moment, I didn't realize what a shallow world we live in. That like I'm not considered like an upscale person, or like I'm not cool because I didn't post a bunch of shit on my stupid social media pages. But from that moment, I took it more seriously, like the real life me. But honestly, the real life me, like all those social media things are kind of a sham. I never write anything about myself. I don't share any opinions. I don't do anything. Like my real life social media is the most generic, vanilla, boring crap in the
Oh, I
world.
know.
The
Me
only
too.
place that like I really like act like, I guess, sort of who I am is only through like, the way you guys see me, I guess.
Well, I mean that's kind of how I feel about like taking a picture with a celebrity, a selfie. God, I hate that word. Um, you know, I'm no more prone to take a picture with a celebrity than I am any other person, unless like we've just hung out, we had a drink together, or um, hung out for a few minutes, and we just want to capture the moment. Um, the fact that they're a celebrity doesn't incite me to take the picture. Like I would do the same thing with someone else I just met, or an old friend, or whatever. Um, I'm not trying to sound like high and mighty or whatever, but it's like it's about reading the room. It's about reading the moment. I've had plenty of opportunities where I could have certainly bothered people, but I don't need to prove to anyone, that that happened. I still have my memory inside me. I'd rather be present for the experience, just like Big Ship said in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Like I said, prior to that lady, there have probably been so many years that I met with so many like people, and I never took one, and I did exactly what you said. Just the lady looking down on me annoyed me. Until this day, it annoys me. You know what I mean? Like my whole,
I do
it's so,
know.
it's kind of shallow to look at a person and like, because I didn't post a bunch of crap, I wasn't considered a person. I don't know
Right.
why this, like, until this day, this annoys me, but I said to myself, you know what? This happened because you don't understand how other people see things. And maybe like in your line of business, it'd be nice to show that you do stuff. And I took it seriously. Like I really took
Yeah.
it seriously.
Yeah, but whose approval are you really seeking at that point?
I
People
guess I'm
people
not
who
looking.
value selfies with celebrities, right?
Right. It's not necessarily that okay. It's not that I needed anybody's approval. It's the fact that, like, I was at a networking event and I'm like, exchanging info, and I think I'm cool and like everything I do is great. And this woman who's kind of like a PR lady, like, thinks I'm like nothing because I didn't post all the stuff. I don't know why. I can't explain to you why this annoyed me. But I said to myself, that's their currency. Like in their world of whatever this is, and if I want to, like, still do okay, like on a business level, and like seem legitimate to people, I have to like present them with the crap that makes them like, I'm basically doing it for their benefit rather than my
Right.
own.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant by approval. I mean,
But
um,
not so much approval as much as like you're networking. I understood
right.
that on a business level, I meet somebody, I'm like, hey, what's up? And then he'll check me out like on social media. He'll be like, oh, this person is a bum because there isn't a picture of him with a bunch of celebrities. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's stupid that that's the way life is. But I said to myself, just like this shallow lady is saying this dumb crap, probably every single person I meet thinks the same thing. You know what I mean? This lady happened to tell me what she thought. That probably is what everybody thinks. They all look at your social media and they're like, oh, this guy just like,
Well,
there's like, doesn't post
that's
anything. He's probably a loser.
that's their reality, though. You said it. That's their currency, and it's ultimately worthless. Rachel Zegler got hired because of her social media currency, and
Right.
wow,
That's
what a
crazy.
treat she turned out to be.
Right. Panda Kalima, yo, Price of Reason, what up? How's it going, man?
Yeah, the social credit thing. Oh,
Yeah, oh yeah,
can't.
all the the actors saying that they can't get jobs unless they have a certain number of followers on Instagram or whatever. Like,
Yeah, how's that working out for you, Hollywood?
Yeah, I haven't looked on my. It's so funny that like I basically I'm like a double, like I lead a double life if you think about it. There's
Yeah,
one me that looks like just some random, guy that I don't know. I don't even know what my social media looks like now. I don't post. I don't really do anything, but
the
I seem
first
like a very standard person.
the
And
first
then
memory I have of you, Price, is watching your video at a convention where you were taking your little crochet avatar around and watching everyone's reactions to having this little calamari ask them questions or whatever was absolutely hilarious to me. I thought it was
you know what? You're a real OG, man, because
I I've been
that
there.
was my first video. If it's the one I'm thinking of, that was my first video, that initial one. There have been recent years that I went and I like just showed on different streams a little bit. But if you're talking about the proper video of me at the Comic-Con, that
Yeah.
was my first video on this channel,
I
and
thought it was hilarious. It spoke to me, dude.
that was actually my best video, and it was right before, I think it was right before the Couve. And the
Yes.
Couve, that was supposed to be the channel. Whatever you saw in that convention was supposed to be me going to conventions and interviewing people, and it was supposed to be all jolly good fun. But then there was the Couve, and the whole world changed. And
And
man,
then conventions got canceled. Yeah.
got canceled. Just a lot of a lot of things changed. And not only that, I changed. It was almost like the last bit of
Same here.
innocent time in 2019. There was still a bit of innocence that I could go with some doll and make some jokes at some convention. But I don't know. I don't feel exactly the same way today. Although
Well,
I still brought some pretty good videos from the convention that I went to this year.
but it was just good, innocent fun, though, and it was fun to see who would interact with you and who just sort of side eyed you, and that was all pretty good. I started a much more personal YouTube channel right before the Coof as well, and things are completely different now. I've done completely different directions since then. Because I realized that people aren't necessarily interested in what I was doing at that point in time. Everyone was kind of bummed out. It wasn't exactly right for the audience. But
I see.
yeah.
Yep.
By the way,
then Price got shadow banned on X, on Twitter, and the world changed forever.
The dark times.
I did, although these days there's a few other places that I think I am, but I don't want to get into that now.
Yeah, that's
It's
not
just
there,
annoying. But what was I going to say? One thing that I forgot to quickly say. I saw that Gary today, Nerdrotic, he said that like he feels like the new Daredevil show is pointless. I watched the episode today. I didn't hate it. I mean, everything I keep saying about this new Daredevil series is it's not as good as the first 3 seasons that were on Netflix. It's certainly a downgrade, but I don't hate it. I'm still able to watch it.
That seems to be the consensus. Barbara's watching it. I'm not. But we're in a time where I'm happy that a show doesn't hate me.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like, totally terrible or malicious. There's some actors that I like in it, and some ideas that I like in it. It just feels like the way the momentum they had the momentum with the previous show and the previous setup. There was really no creative reason not to just continue a 4th season and not to do it then when it was in pre-production. I don't think that what they've done here is better than what we would have gotten, but at the same time, it's not like the worst thing I've ever seen. Even this episode today that Gary was saying like was bad, I didn't hate it. It was just like, there's every episode I could analyze and say, well, they could do this better, they could do this better, or maybe this specific thing I didn't love. But there's also moments in all these episodes that I do like. So make of that what you will.
Yeah, I have not gotten to see this week's episode yet.
I won't spoil it for anybody if you guys want to watch it.
I'll catch it.
I feel like the past few episodes like haven't infuriated me or anything.
No, they haven't been awful. They're just, they're not bad. they're just kind of there. I mean, it's sad we're at that point, right? Where entertainment is like, well,
The bar is so
it
low.
doesn't actively hate me
Right.
as a
It doesn't
viewer.
ridicule me for my existence or beliefs. Yeah. It's really sad where the bar is right now. And I do believe that there is a very real the Overton window has shifted significantly to where we're sort of tolerating and appreciating things that 10 years ago we would have been like, absolutely not, no way. And I say that from a sea of negativity on YouTube reviewers. It's just painful what it is being pumped out for us. It's like I said, I haven't watched the show. Barbara is watching the show and she's giving me notes. She's not mad about it. She thinks it's entertaining enough. I liked the original Netflix series, but I didn't like it enough to invest myself in the new one here. I don't trust anything that Disney does anymore, so I'm not willing to invest.
Yeah, and the MCU is toast.
Mm-hmm.
The MCU is toast. So
yeah, these new announcements for the Doomsday and the Secret Wars are just agony. Just agony watching them happen.
Yeah.
Adam Gray, I have a little thing to show you, and this could start being wrapping up. This is from the recent New York Comic Con. There's parts of these tapes that I haven't even watched. I'm kind of just pressing play and hoping something amusing will happen, because I filmed like about like an hour or so of raw material and ended up never making the video because I'm trying to think what happened. Maybe I was under the weather and it just kind of the time went by and I didn't do it. Ryan, you hear it?
Not everything.
Did you hear it now when I played?
Yeah,
Yes.
the audio I think is on.
Yeah.
It might be a little loud. And then there were two.
Oh. Oh, there we go. Oh,
there he is.
One of you is going to be booted out, but can I share the screen? Did it even share it?
It was working fine at first.
You hear it?
There you go.
That's good.
Yeah, you're good.
There you
Okay.
go.
Gerald Borges.
I find this so charming.
Messages right
This
now.
is definitely something I would do.
Very focused on them. Oh well. Very focused. Tirso Cons. Is that you or are you Tirso Cons?
I'm not. It's my husband, but he's
Your husband left?
he's away. I'm his wife.
Oh, you're his wife.
Yes.
And he's no longer here.
He's not coming, but in 5 minutes or so.
So your husband has left the country.
Excuse me?
Has your husband left the country?
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably.
I'm okay with her husband being gone.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that.
I could spend some time at that table.
Hello.
You're not Joshua.
No, I'm not.
I just want to make that clear. You're not Joshua Cassara.
He's not into it. I love all the different reactions.
Oh, an artist from Invincible.
On top of his game. I guess he draws Invincible or something. People like that show because it's on Amazon or something. I kind of enjoyed the first season of it. Then it kind of annoyed me. What can I do? That's most shows for you these days, but I guess this guy's a big deal, Ryan Otley. Well, he may be a big deal in his world. He's not a big deal in my world. Fuck him.
Give him hell, Price.
Adam Cooper. Yo, what up, Adam?
I'm not Adam.
You're not Adam? He's an imposter. He's not Adam at all.
This really is the con experience, though.
You can buy prints for $15. See ya. DJ Ben Hameen, author of Jimi Hendrix Purple Haze.
See
I
ya.
don't know. And you're Stephen Harris. You're Stephen Harris.
Yes, I am.
Very interesting. The man himself. I have a confession to make. I don't know who you are. But to be honest, I don't know who half the people are here. But you were nice to me at least. There are already a few points. Are you working on these comics here?
Yes, these are the books I worked on. This is my friend who's here, who wrote this book, but he had to leave early. And so someone should be coming in here to help sell these books over here. But over here is my shop.
I see. He's doing the Jimi Hendrix. You're doing.
Bunch of books. There's Lawrence New Black, I did a story in there. Indigo Clan, Octobriana.
You know what? I like that this lady here looks like a lady. You already scored some points here.
Okay.
I mean, she is a bit muscly, but yeah.
That's how superheroes come sometimes.
I guess so. But at least she has enough qualities that seem to make her a woman, I guess. Anyhow, I'll see you later.
Qualities that seem to make her a
It's
woman.
for Riley Brown himself.
Head reveal.
What is this?
I am a reporter for Price of Reason. I'm a reporter for Price of Reason Studios. And I'm here to report. Thanks, guys.
I'm here to make you feel awkward.
And then move
Seth
on.
Grove. This is your illustrations. It actually looks pretty nice. You did a good job. I'll see you later. I don't know what this is.
Damn, he
but
could feel that
hello,
sale. He
gentlemen
knew it was
and lady. Daniel Yover. It's you, yeah, you're the man. You're probably right. Tony Moy.
Slightly condescending attitude that Bryce has here is great.
Oh,
You're
I'm
the
getting
man.
tired. Celia. You're Celia? Hello. It's very nice what you're doing here. I actually like this. This is nice. You drew this? It's nice. The woman looks like a woman. You did good. Finally. David Mack, Echo Creator.
I can almost smell the convention hall.
Nobody appreciates me. That's what I can say. Claudia Leonardi. It's Claudia Leonardi herself. For those of you who are wondering, she's here. Honestly, I don't know who that is.
Sweat, the old
I
paper,
wish
the
Yellow
ink,
Flash was here. You probably know
the
somebody.
patchouli.
Federico
You can smell it
Bertoni.
all.
Yeah,
Andrea Milana. Andrea Milana. Andrea
freshly unpacked
Scalmazzi.
plastic toys.
Yes, yes.
I feel like I'm about to order food at an Italian restaurant. Just an observation. Oh,
Nice
come
gone
on.
wild.
Simone Rigazzoni.
This is great.
That is an Evanio Fiorelli. I was saying that all of these names here sound like I'm in an Italian restaurant. I feel like they could all be dishes. I don't know how to cook Italian, so you'd have to be the one to cook. You don't cook?
I don't have a restaurant.
I understand. Anyhow, I'm just joking, of course. Just because the names seem very Italian, all of them. They didn't seem happy at all, by the way.
They are not happy about you.
Not happy. They didn't love my humor.
Federico Vincentini, Lucia Parillo, Carla Cohen.
I'm sorry, is their project called Scats?
That would appear to be.
Oh, the ladies seem to be happy with me. Hello, ladies.
Is that like
well, there's only 1 minute of this, and that'll be the end of it.
Alessandro Cappuccino.
Something artist tables?
I'm just kidding. Alessandro Cappuccio.
Scats is not a good
These
category.
people weren't the most annoying reporter on the face of the earth. I know it. I better get out of here. I think all these Italians have gotten annoyed with me.
Oh, you were so
Martin
cute when you were young,
Simmons.
Price.
They didn't
Alvaro
appreciate me.
Martino's Bueno. I don't think that's who
think
you
it's
are.
Scott's Collectibles.
Here, it's almost done. It's done in like 5
Fernando
seconds.
Blanco.
Oh, is it Scott?
Yeah, it's a globe for the O, but yeah, looking at it, you can't quite see it. It's kind of does look like an A.
I think this video needs more upskirts, Price.
It needs more what?
Upskirts.
What is? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Clandestine panty angles, I guess.
I see. One Dirty Bird says this is awesome. Price a freaking laugh riot. Thank you, man. I did a whole thing. I wanted to do this whole adventures at the Comic-Con. You just saw the raw footage. This isn't even like edited or anything. I just walked around talking to people, and they all just seemed annoyed, and I thought it was hilarious. But
that wasn't edited?
No.
No.
No, but I mean, as a live broadcast.
Oh, no, I'm messing with you.
Let's put it this way. As a live broadcast, like bringing you the feel of the Comic-Con, wasn't that pretty decent?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it's
I
like
love
at a
these.
con.
It's absolutely the con experience, and I love the reactions to somebody shoving a calamari puppet into their face. you could definitely separate the wheat from the chaff there. Who has a sense of humor and who doesn't? But I like your slightly condescending attitude. It's hilarious.
I think it's funny. That's how I started. The original video that you liked was something along those lines.
Yeah, you were a little bit harsher in that first video, if I recall correctly.
Well, I mean, the first video was more complicated because it also involved a lot of like editing and overdubbing at home, and a lot of like, it was a whole different thing that happened there. What you just saw now was like more. What you saw then was like we were talking about like rogue elements, and then the real thing. This was the rogue elements. You understand?
Yeah, no, I get it.
This is not an edited video where I also think of the best moments and also kind of fine tune things with some overdubs. This is just me freestyling, just like talking to people and almost, kind of being myself, maybe a little more douchey than usual, but just kind of being myself.
I've been a vendor at probably 50 or 60 conventions, and I've shot all kinds of stuff, and I just never could figure out what to do with the footage. But it's like, how do I not film while I'm here? Like, it's such a crazy experience.
So that was a rare. Whoever stayed like awake until now got the like rare recording of me at Comic-Con. And the funny thing is, in this video, I say, "Oh, I wish Yellow Flash was here," and it turned out that he was there, and I didn't know. Which is sad because it would have been so great if Yellow Flash and I were walking around this place. That would have been really nice. I kind of regret that. Not that I know if he would have joined me, but it would have been nice if he was
you
there.
guys could have held hands and walked the aisles. I think
it would have been something.
Yeah.
I guess at this point, maybe it's a good time to just thank everybody for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Thank the people on YouTube, on Rumble, and also all the people that came from Cool Frog.
We had a great raid.
Yeah,
great raid.
Thank you for that wonderful raid, Cool Frog. We appreciate it.
Not only was it a good raid, it was like a quality groove of people.
Yeah.
So I was really excited.
Nice people that
Absolutely.
can continue to hang out with us, and
Chat's been wonderful tonight. Yes, we do talk about politics, but everyone's kept it civil, and we've just had a real discussion between real people. So
yeah,
never forget, there's a real human being behind every keyboard, folks. So
yep.
no
Well,
reason not to be nice to each other.
I think that the idea of this show is that we talk about everything, whether it's pop culture, it's gaming, news, it's just even current events and stuff that's a little more political. But I think we come from a place of like just a group of guys hanging out at the end of the day and just talking. And it's not like, we're not coming out here with some like crazy major agendas or anything. It's just just hanging out and talking, just trying to observe what we're seeing and sharing some thoughts on it. And sometimes we agree and sometimes we don't agree on something, and that's cool too.
Well,
Yep.
I think that's what's refreshing about the show, Price. So I'm very happy to be back, and it's been a pleasure. Absolutely, the chat's been wonderful, and yeah, all the raiders were great. Everyone's talking amongst themselves and commenting on the show, and just being a lovely bunch. So, cheers, everyone! Thank you for being here.
Six says, keep simping to climb up that ladder, Price. I have no idea what you're talking about. Who was I simping for?
Probably one of those Italian comic book artists.
Could
I
be.
don't know.
Could
What?
be.
Because I said that I wish Yellow Flash was there? No, the reason why the reason why is because I want to explain it. I'm in a location where I'm interviewing 1 million people. Yellow Flash probably knows every single person who this is, or a lot of them, and what they've done. I don't know like 90% of them what comic they've done or what they did. So that's why when I was there, I said, "Oh, I wish Yellow Flash was here," because like I have no context. I don't even know what I'm asking them. You know what I mean? So I think that's why I was saying that. But
You're
it's not a
just a
matter of
clout chaser,
simping or anything
Price.
like that. I mean, I
Just
respect
admit
him,
it.
but I don't like. I probably, this is like one of the only times I've ever brought his name up on this show. It's not like I'm saying it every second, but thank you, Six. Yeah, now she confirmed it. It's refreshing like a golden shower. What are you talking about, Flash? I've mentioned him like once after like 5 years on a stream. Really don't know. Really,
I like that no one accuses you of being a clout chaser when you talk about Leslie Headland. No,
no, I don't think anybody. She doesn't bring clout to the table. So
it's Flash that you're obviously sipping for.
and by the way, the same thing that I'm telling you guys, I told him because once I think that either maybe there was a stream, maybe he was on Midnight Such After Dark for a bit, and I think I told him, hey, I was at Comic-Con, and he posted later in the day like, oh, are you at Comic-Con? Come say hello or something, and it's like, dude, I was there like all day. But whatever, it's not like a simping thing. It's just like I was hanging alone at this convention and I had like nobody to talk to except for all these weirdos you see in this video. All the rest of the time I was just me, and I looked like Darkman, and people and nobody.
Were you dressed like Darkman?
Yes, I look like Darkman. Yeah, sort of like Darkman, and I went to a LG panel, an LG gaming panel, which I wanted to do a whole like expose about it, but I'm not allowed to take video at that panel, something that I realize now. Of course, I never took any video at that panel, of course, because it's
None.
not allowed.
Nope.
But I didn't realize that you're not allowed to take video at that panel. So I sat there like Darkman in a LG gaming thing, that there were like just a handful of people and me.
Well, I like the convention footage. I think it's wonderful. Been to plenty of cons, and that's pretty much the experience. You just sort of wander around trying to talk to people. I think it's great.
Well,
Common People's here.
Oh, Common People, how's it going?
Nice
There's
to
so many
see
great
you.
people here, and Professor R2 put this Adam
Oh,
Gray on
thank you,
Rumble.
R2.
You should definitely follow Adam Gray. He's really cool. Not just
Oh.
saying that because he's here with us now.
We have a very, very funny riff show every Friday night. And often Professor R2 is there helping keep things moving along and hosting games for us.
Trying to bring some sanity to
A designated driver, if you will.
if you will.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah,
yes.
please follow us on Rumble. We love Rumble. They respect us. They pay us. you can follow us on YouTube as well. We're almost at 1,000 subs, so not monetized, but we like round numbers. Thank you, R2.
Yeah, no
Nice.
problem.
Yeah, you should follow and whatever you just said and check out his show. And
Hey,
yeah,
Price,
yes,
how would you like to come on our celebration stream when we hit 1,000 subs?
that would be nice. When you do it, let me know. I'll stop by.
What are you into our format? Are you a riff guy?
Sure.
Do you like making fun of bad movies?
Yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, of
All
course.
right, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just saying we'd love
Yeah,
to have
no,
you.
it's fine. It's fine. And when in Rome, I'll do whatever is necessary.
Just pour yourself a cocktail and run with it. That's what
Yeah,
we do
that's
for
it.
Friday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
Very
then
cool.
I guess at this point, again, follow, like, if you're new and you came from one of those other streams like Cool Frog, you want to follow and like here. That's super cool. You should do that. If you're on another platform and you're not yet following or subscribing or whatever it is, you should do it. And now I got kicked out. Professor,
That's
we
all right.
have
Let's thank some people hanging out in the chat with us tonight. Although, if you've just been lurking tonight, we still appreciate it. We're glad to have you here.
we like
But
lurkers too. Yeah.
yeah, those of you who have been in the chat with us tonight. First of all, as always, I want to thank Adam Gray and Eraserhead for modding for us over on YouTube. We greatly
Oh, it's a
appreciate it.
pleasure.
Let's see. Let's get through some names here. We got Balls, Barbara Lawrence. Hey there,
Oh,
Bad.
she's hot.
Indeed. Bayona Rad, Breeze Feats, Boosh McFadden, B-Roll, sounds familiar.
Ooh.
Badfoot, Caleb Levine, Cassis Rumble 29, Common People, D Bud Martin, DJ Play Nice, Dexter's Lure Lab, Double R Star, Drew Gordon, Dr. Johann Kraus, PhD, Dude Bros, F420, E. Clay Thomason, Elizabeth Quince, Empress NM, Ercole Di Stefano, Faulkner Media, FKHC 2005, Folsom Lockdown, G Fontes 119, Granola Gren, Hypno Crab, James Caserta, Jeremiah Hembry, Jonathan Conroy, Jonathan Scott, Cool Frog, and again, thank you for the raid, Cool Frog. We appreciate it. K Starrock Channel, Lasher, Marla Sharondoff, Mephisto's Movie Reviews.
Hey,
Mike-
Mephisto.
Yeah.
Mephisto, it's now 11 a.m. for Mephisto.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we saw Mephisto way early in the.
Maybe it was 9 a.m. for Mephisto.
Yeah.
Now it's a whole different time for him.
Let's see. Yeah. Mike Yeager, MGS 1985, Mur Rockstro, Neurodivergent One, Num 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 Num. Yeah. One Dirty Bird. And again, thank you, One Dirty Bird, for being a big supporter of the channel. We appreciate it. Panda Kolima, Poker Ace 6666, Pamunky, Pyromancer, Red Spitfire 7, Argentum, Rob Altus, Ron Donofero, Sean Green, Senpai 76, Silent 6, Stephen Mack, Stronger Now, SWD 40, Tex Rogers, The Big Ship, another big supporter of the channel, and thank you for all the gifted memberships today, Big Ship. The Dead Man, The Lovely Sherry, Tim Hayes, Trish One, Vex Electronica. Hope you're getting some rest, Vex.
Woo!
Void King, Zach.
We put her to
Updegraff.
sleep.
Oh yeah, we're all
She
hanging out
loves
in bed with
listening
her.
to my
Yeah.
voice when she's in bed.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it's because she wants to go to sleep.
Yes, and
It sounds more promising than it is, really.
I mean, that's valuable. Don't downplay.
Yeah, you know. Let's see. Zach.
I put the ladies to sleep. That's what you're trying to say.
Void
Sorry, go on.
King, Zach Updegraff, Z Hammer 55, and the One I Am. So thank you all for hanging out with us
Yeah,
this
thanks
evening.
for all the super chats. Dead Man on the wallet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dead Man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And yeah, a lot of the Big Ship also. The Big Ship gave the 20 memberships, which is also very kind of him.
I can't say enough good things about Big Ship.
Big
He's a
Ship is awesome.
righteous dude.
And One Dirty Bird also, one of the local Dos Equis man of the Night Owl, also very cool.
All right.
All right. Well, I think that we've done our stream, and this was actually a really nice one. It went longer than expected, but we were very happy to do it and to hang out here. And Cassandra says, I did definitely fall asleep to Price's voice. Sorry, it's very soothing. Good night, folks.
It is
It's
soothing.
okay. I understood that it was soothing, not soothing. In any case, yep, America. That's what Silent has to say, and I agree.
America.
Joshua Calkins, nice to see you here.
You've got a great audience. You've got a great chat. And, thank you, everyone, for hanging with us this long.
I'm always very thankful. Like, really, just nice people. It makes what we do fun when there's actually very nice people in the chat. So, thank you to everybody. Thank you for our guest, Adam Gray, who stepped in, and thank you for being here. Always a pleasure.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you, sir.
And the professor, thank you for being here as always. And I guess this is our time to sign off.
Yes. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Bro
folks.
Seth. We'll see you later, man.
We'll
Bye.
see you next time.
Communication is key. Yeah, I agree. Bye.